Okay. Hey dudes, how's it going? Comic Relief Crusader here with Rusty Penciler Inker creator Al Nickerson. How's it going, Al?
Oh, it's going well. Did you guys actually hear me?
Good.
Were we live when I said I'm back?
No, well, it was just
Okay.
just as soon as you said I'm back and said go, right?
Oh, all right. Yes, I am here.
Okay. So maybe they heard you. I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah. Hi guys. How's it going? We're live now, and you know what? I had a kind of a weird, funny intro, but I lost track of time because I was drawing and we were talking panels and a good book to actually get, and so. Yeah, I lost track of time and I didn't add any intro video, which would have been funny to introduce everything and the show. So this is what you're stuck with right now. So I want to say hi to people that just came early and filed in the chat, and just it just seems like everybody just wants to come to the chat before the show starts. So Joe's Atmosphere, NFL season ends, I'm coming to hang with you. Have a great stream, Mike. You too, Joe. And yeah, and you want to check out Joe's Atmosphere and his channel going on. I mean, because he's doing the NFL season football stream and stuff like that, but he's also putting out his own comic called The Patriot. So if I have it correct, and Joe, if you're watching this on the rewind, I think it's this Patriot from 1776 or something like that. That ends up, I think, going through some sort of time warp of some sort and ends up in present day America to, I think, free America from everything that's going wrong in America, hence calling it the Patriot, which is kind of cool. So if I have that right, Joe, great. And I think he has an issue 0 out. Snortopoopas Cuber, hello, Snortopoop. And yeah, hope you guys enjoyed the movie yesterday. The Blue Angel showed two different versions, the German and the English version. So hello to you, Snortopoopas. Great to see ya. And my trusty wrench of wrenches on this channel, Vince Mike. How's it going, my man? And he's put up all the links to which you can find me at. So there you go. Thanks, Vince. I appreciate you very, very much. We got Diesel that happens to get in here at this time. So greetings, programs. Greetings to you. And again, congratulations, finding a job, computer programming and IT stuff. So, happy for you, dude. Honestly, really am. And let's see, what do we got? We also got surprise. We got Lorthoth back, all the way, fellow Canadian, all the way in Nova Scotia. So hail to you, dude. Nice to see you, and great that you can join us. And yeah. So hey, and if you want to check out Al's here on the YouTubes, there is his YouTube channel right there. And if you feel the need to harass the guy on Facebook, then there's his there's his Facebook right there. So, and he also has his all his stuff, all his work there on the YouTubes. So if you want to get pages that he's done, like for example with Archie, while his tenure at Archie was going on, if there are any pages left there, then you can go ahead and check them out on eBay or any of his special sort of Eden deals that happen to be going on. And you also want to, well, check out his shop on Big Cartel and sortofeden.com.
Yeah. So the eBay store, yeah, I saw that combo deal where people can purchase all 3 graphic novels for $50. I've sold all of my original work made for hire artwork this past summer and fall. So yeah, I have no more original artwork that I've done for like Marvel, DC. I have sold all of that.
Oh, there you go. So you guys are out. You should have gotten them earlier. Shame on you guys. And and Hig X. I haven't seen you before, but welcome. Or maybe you have been here. And because it's hard to keep track of hundreds of people that come through this channel. Let's see. How much longer for Galvatron pictures, Mike? Have you seen them? You know what, dude? I know what you're talking about, obviously. And I just messaged Keith a few minutes ago saying, you know, hey, come on, dude, give me the pictures. I'm ready for them. Everybody's ready for them. You said January, and it's like January 18th. So I am pushing for pictures. That sounded great as I said that. Yeah. So I haven't seen them yet. I'm trying to wrench them out of Keith's hand and get a Zarson gear for the X Transbots Galvatron pictures. So I am trying to get them as soon as possible. So Hig X to the channel and dude, because there's fun stuff going on. So Lord Thought, there you go. He's proudly Canadian. So love it. And you should be. Even though I live in Alberta and we're gonna separate soon. So and I'm sorry, and he's posted in Ottawa. Oh dude. Damn, of all the places to be posted. But yeah, but I'm from Nova Scotia. So there you go. And Snort. Ontario is closer to Florida. I feel less safe now. No, I think Nova Scotia is actually closer to Florida. I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, hey, not a problem. Appreciate the update, no problem. So yeah, if in the meantime, dude, I happen to get some sort of notification, then I'm gonna let you know right away. And especially if we're on this channel, because I get emails all the time. And if actually, I'm gonna check right now. No, not yet. So, and I'm gonna message Keith again. No, you know what? I'm not going to message Keith right now. Anyway, so what's going on? Okay, so we're going to be drawing again. And you know what? Yesterday, when, let's see. Yesterday, when we were doing the whole Mike's movie matinee of The Blue Angel, you were watching it in its original, well, I shouldn't say original, in its German version, all the way from 1930, or the English version. Actually, really good movie. I really feel bad for the professor guy. So, and if you want to know what I'm talking about, you're going to have to go watch it. So while that was going on, I thought, you know what? I'm going to lay out the next few pages in the comic that I want to do. So while I was watching the movie and chatting with you guys, I was also doodling away, and I think I mentioned that in the chat as well. So, plotting out. I got the pages in. I just want to plot it out properly. So, last week, what were we doing last week? This is pretty much what we drew, and I'm gonna pop it up here so you guys can see. And Collector, how's it going, man? And did somebody say German? Yes, I did, dude. I did indeed. So, and see, as promised, like I told you on Sunday, I'll put up both versions for you. So there you go. And he says, yeah, hello. It always can get worse. Only imagine I'm from Hamburg, but now posting in text called Peck. Wow, those Mexican names, which is an indigenous shithole without running water. But hey, the people are friendly. Oh my god. Oh, dude, I wanna know what you're. Oh, never mind. You don't have to explain. Just I'm glad you're so brave, living in a place like that. Anyway, okay. So last week this was drawn. I because I wanted to kind of start over again with the page one, and I did kind of. Oops. No, that was reference pictures. Wait a minute here. And I was just kind of like fiddling around and just adding some word bubbles. I'm probably gonna change the dialogue a little later on or something like that. I just kind of wanted to put it up there and see just kind of what it looked like. So if the printing was too big or too small or something like that. So with this, just kind of experimenting. So that was our page one. And no, do not save. And so yesterday, I'm like, you know what? I really got to plot out some pages. So this is kind of like what I was doing. So from page one, it kind of goes like here. And if you don't understand what's going on, don't worry. That's fine. Um, you'll get it. So obviously, we're going to have our main protest here, and we're going to have some sort of monster right here. What's it going to be? I'm not going to tell you. Uh, or maybe you might just figure it out anyway as we go along. So right here, her gun is going to be lying on the ground right there. So because it's been knocked out or it fell or whatever. Why? Well, that'd be giving it away, wouldn't it? So, and then I want to do a close-up shot on her eye, and then right here, obviously, as you can tell, it's like the shuffling at feet, and you can probably understand why. So, it's like that, get ready kind of moment, right, to spring into action. So, this right here, we got this evil looking eye. I kind of wanted to contrast it with, something more human because this entity, as we'll call it, kind of knows what's up. And then right here, it's like this whole spring into action kind of thing. And then obviously, they're running towards each other, because right here you still got this gun that she needs to get to. And I did label it right here. And then as this creature is like leaping this way, see, this is kind of how I planned it out. I'm going to do it in such a way where she's sliding under, right? In order to grab her piece right here. So I think that pretty much works as a really good action sequence. At least I'm hoping to, right? So, so right here, next page after that is going to be basically, she's going to be taking aim, and in a separate panel, and then we got her monster entity thing right here, and then we're going to cut off to that mountain scene that I did earlier, right? Because I want to like kind of cut it right there. I want to do this reveal because I'm thinking of how the pages go, right? And I kind of want the page flip to the next page to be the reveal of, like this right here, right? It's kind of like a surprise, kind of like, ooh, wow, that's what this thing looks like, right? In the first few pages. And then, cut off to the main story, how it all kind of starts. So, as I was doing that, and I know I'm chatting quite a bit, but that's okay. It's my channel. I can do whatever I want. So kind of started drawing this out. So, and that's kind of like what we're doing today. So, as we've been doing that, I got my gun here, and let's see if I zoom in. maybe, maybe Al can see what I. Oh, wait a minute here. I'm gonna have to go a little bit smaller. There we go.
So what's 2 Corinthians 10:4?
I was hoping you were going to ask. Okay, 2 Corinthians 10:4. Basically, it's the weapons of our warfare, of the spiritual warfare that we're supposed to be doing. Okay, and yes, it does say for the weapons of our the new well, I should say the King James version, right? Because I don't like NIV. I just, and there's a reason for that, and maybe I'll explain it later. But in the King James, it says, "For our weapons of warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds." Right? So I know a gun is technically a carnal weapon, but the way I'm going to write it is it's not the weapon that how should I explain it? I want to explain it properly. It's not the weapon that does the damage. It's it's the belief that, or maybe I'm wording this wrong. It's that your faith in God is the one that causes the damage to the enemy, not a carnal weapon. I'll explain it all better as I'm drawing it. So, but hey, Stunning a Brave Megatron, how's it going, dude? Nice to see you. Great, and we got our pop culture mechanic. What's up, man? And yeah, pop culture mechanic. He was just doing a show earlier that ended like a little over an hour ago, doing his anime bit of shows that he's been watching and his recommendations to everybody. So I got two Albertans here already. So pop culture mechanic and Stunning a Brave Megatron. When Rave, how's it going, my man? Nice to see you, dude. And hey, we got Maximum Redstone. What's up, dude? Nice seeing you, dude. And it's great to have you here. Let's see here. Let me just catch up on the chat. So yeah, there we go. Okay. I'm catching up now. So huge. This is huge. Yes. Amazingly huge. So great to see you, my man. Both of you, all of you guys. And hold on a second here. And who else do we got? Oh yeah, we got Gap. That's right. Hey Gap. Um, AI Stunning Vince. Oh yeah. Yeah, how's it going, man? Great that you can join us today. And yeah, because as I'm trying to go back to the chat and catch up. Um Collector says, yeah, comic just picked up your sombrero. Dude, that's awesome, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. All I will say is that you are not ready for that. Well, no, because it's still winter. Now we only need to find a way to get the stuff to Canada or Alberta or whatever. Well, right now, yeah, Alberta, Canada. So hopefully soon to be Alberta, Alberta. No, it's all good, man. It's all good. We'll get it figured out, man. We will get it figured out. So, yes, that's right, mechanic. Sending a Brave Megatron, yeah, totally 100% Albertan. So I'm not gonna dox him and say where he is. Let's just say he's around your neck of the woods. So there you go. Tee. Okay, yeah. So, and like I said earlier, we were talking panels and stuff like that. So so as I'm drawing this out, yeah, where we talk about anything and everything and nothing all at the same time. So it's what we're doing today. And how was your week, Al?
Great. Yeah, excellent. You know, making comics as always, and signing books and Xerox artwork and shipping out comics. Yeah,
Nice.
yeah, it's good. And you know, business side of things, dealing with distributors, stores, that sort of stuff. So.
Yeah. Um, dang it. Okay. Really? Did I merge that all into one layer? Crap. I didn't want to do that. Oh, well, whatever. I was going to use the same moon. Ooh, no. Maybe I can do something else. Okay, because I want to keep things nice and consistent. Okay. Anywho, no, that's awesome. I like that. That is the way it should be. Sending out and bringing happiness to the masses. Who's messaging me? Yeah, nobody. Okay. Doesn't matter. Where is... There we go. My layer 2. Okay. Yeah. So, how is issue 3 going?
Volume 3 is going well. The Sword of Eden, Cry Vampire. I think I have about 70 pages illustrated and scanned in. So it's going to be a 100-page graphic novel. And sorry, I'm doing stuff in Photoshop at the same time.
Cool.
Yeah, it's going well. Yeah, I think the only thing that I have not yet drawn is like the big fight scene towards the end of the graphic novel. I've been I've been putting it off a little bit, so just trying to, because I realize it's very important part of the story.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure I do that correctly. At the same time, there's the big fight scene going on. There's also another sort of big fight scene going on with 2 other characters, and that I actually pretty much had it all planned out anyway. So that's all drawn. And I think I had mentioned last week that the 2 different big fight scenes that are happening in the Sword of Eden Cry Vampire, the one that I had already drawn, there's a lot of dialogue between the 2 characters as they're fighting. They have to resolve a lot of issues between the 2 of them. The other fight scene between Nemish Man and the lead villain of the story, there's no dialogue between those 2 characters. It's just rage.
Ooh.
Fight, yeah.
The tension grows.
Yes, correct.
I like that.
Yeah, it worked out fine. And also when I was laying out those pages, because you're talking about storytelling, if you're drawing comics, and what I found out was that if you have like a tier, which is, if you look at a comic book page, you have like rows of panels. Instead of having rows of panels, like you just have one tier that goes across, it's just one big long panel. And you might have 3 or 4 on one page, kind of like a widescreen movie. I found that that actually instills a certain amount of drama in the storytelling. Right. So the 2 fight scenes are mostly illustrated like that, where they just have these long tiers going across the page. There's like 3 or 4 of them on each page. Kind of like look, I do not like to compare comics and film, but yeah, if you're looking at each long tier panel, it looks like a widescreen movie screen.
Oh, I like that. Very Frank Miller.
It's sort of Frank Miller. What I realized, and this is like a while ago, early 2000s, Marvel was published. Speaking of sort of like Frank Miller, Marvel had a Daredevil miniseries. It was called Daredevil Ninja.
Yeah,
I think that's what it was called, and it was all widescreen panels through the whole book. Like if you're looking at a kung fu movie or something.
Yeah,
all 4 issues were like that. And the guy who drew it, and I can't remember his name. It's the only time I ever saw his artwork before. He draws like in a very sort of like I don't want to say manga style, but more of like an animation style. Looks like he was like an animator. Not a lot of black body on the page, not a lot of cross hatching or anything, just like outlines.
Right.
And the way they colored it, it looked more like an animated cell. So it's called Daredevil Ninja, and it was great. The hand, well, not the hand. Well, I can remember like Sticks, like the character Stick, Daredevil's mentor. His ninja are still around, and they come to Matt Murdock, and they kind of go back to Japan and they fight other ninja and stuff. But the way the whole story is laid out, it was intentionally laid out like that. All the pages composed using like widescreen panels like that. Assumably, to give that idea that they're watching some sort of like kung fu movie or an anime or something. Really nicely done.
That's stuff I love.
It is. It works. It works well to some extent, but for example, like I just mentioned how like in the Sword of Being Cry Vampire, there's 2 fight scenes going on. One has dialogue, and the other one has no dialogue. I imagine the fight scene that has the dialogue and the word balloons, it slows everything down because the reader's eye has to linger on that particular panel longer because they have to read the word balloons as opposed to reading a panel that doesn't have. So you actually can control the amount of time to some extent, hopefully, that a reader can spend looking at a page or a panel. The more stuff they have to read, the longer their eye sits on that panel, and the less amount of time their eye stays on the top. Like you can't really intentionally. I mean, that's the weird thing about comics. You can't force a reader to do something, but you can help them move along. That's why clear storytelling is very important. That's why it's really important to understand like where you're going to place all your word balloons, how long or how much dialogue is on in each panel. Because again, the more text a reader has to read, the slower everything actually works out. So you can use those things to your advantage.
Yeah, no, totally, 100%. I agree with you on that. One sec, yeah. Okay, so because it would also again catch up to the chat. I'm trying to pay attention to you guys while I'm drawing. This is why sometimes the stream is like about 5-6 hours long.
Yeah.
I know.
Why do I do this?
Max Redstone. Because you're a glutton for punishment, my friend.
Yes, so.
Maximum Redstone. Max Redstone, like it. Yeah, nice. The muscles, just like Hans and Franz. Exactly. They're here to pump you up. So they're so good because she is toned. And Joe, yeah, nice to see you, man. And you know what? If you didn't hear before, I'm going to say thank you for for reposting on X, and I just want to say, you know what, dude, I really appreciate it. I do, honestly, very very much, because this is the thing that I want to put out, and just like you, and let's just put it this way. While I'm at work during the day, sometimes I don't get the chance to repost a lot of what all of you other guys are putting out, like for shows and stuff like that. And don't think just because I'm not like resharing it or anything like that, that I'm not interested. It's because there's just so many hours in a day. And while I'm at work, I'm working instead of, being on my phone. So, and I try to repost your shows on X too. But I just want to say thanks for reposting the shows. I really do appreciate it, man. So, it sounds awesome, man. Vampires, cool. You know what? I don't know if I'm going to have vampires in this comic. I don't know. I never really thought about it because I always thought as vampires as just, fictional, really. So, I'm going to have to look more into that, maybe. Stunning and Brave. I back trying to figure out how the airbrush I got works because I noob. Oh my God. Dude, I wanted to get an airbrush before. And I know there was a guy, I think it was like in Edmonton, like a few years ago. He was selling a whole bunch of them. And I think they were like $30 each or something like that. I wanted to get one, and I kind of kicked myself for not getting one. But I've always wanted to practice with an airbrush as well, because there was some custom work that I wanted to do on a figure. And Dark Helmet, otherwise renamed as R.G. Merkel, New World Order. That's right. That's what that bastard Cardi said in China just a few years ago in China. So, yes, he did say that. And nice to see you, man. I hope you're doing well, dude. I've been meaning to send a message to you too, and ask how you've been doing, and because you've been on my mind lately. So I hope you're doing well, my man. And nice to see you, dude. It really is. And Cole dude, another fellow Canadian, all the way in Ontario. How's it going, man? Great that you could join us. And yeah, in Cole was that show with Jay? Was that yesterday? Because if it did, I'm sorry that I missed it because I was doing other stuff. I was doodling and I was doing a whole movie thing. So, and sitting in Brave. Let me see here. The Verver when I ordered from Walmart. Oh, nice. Yes. You can share when you can. We all do. Yeah, I know. I just try my best. I just don't want people to think that I'm I'm hoping that they repost my stuff and not me theirs. It's just, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. It's just when you get busy, you try to get to everything and everyone, and and share their stuff as much as they share yours out of appreciation, like I did with Jill. Any derivative Jill, because she's helped out a lot. So, and I try to share yours too, and others. Anyway, I'm babbling on. So, um, and I was going to touch up on what Al was talking about. Dang it! And I'm trying to remember what he was talking about now because I get so much on my mind. What were we talking about again?
If what I was saying was, I was just talking about, like, signing books, shipping out books, dealing with retailers and stuff, and comic book storytelling, and
yes, the Daredevil black and white thing. Yeah.
Well, it was Daredevil Ninja, so yeah, it was a color comic. Yeah, I don't know if they collected in a trade paperback, but no, it was pretty good. Cause, I really liked Frank Miller's run on Daredevil, and it sort of like goes back to those times in this miniseries. So it was actually pretty good. But I was mostly talking about like the way the artist was laying out the story, composing his pages to make it, all the panels were like these widescreen long panels to make it have more of a cinematic feel when the reader's reading the story.
I think I remember that book you're talking about.
It wasn't bad. It was like, it's one of the things when I was teaching, I would bring that up in class when I'm talking about comic book storytelling. Because you and I were talking about before the live stream that comic book creators, they don't always tell a story the same sort of way. Like if you look at Jack Kirby's storytelling, it's not the same as Will Eisner's, which is not the same as not Danny O'Neill, but Neil Adams' work. They all had a different sort of way of telling a story, how they compose a page. All great masters in what they were doing, but they didn't always lay out and compose a page the same way. And Will's work, the stuff he was doing, granted, he was working in comics for like decades. So the stuff he was doing in the 1940s with the Spirit and how he was telling the story and composing a page back then was not the same way he was doing graphic novels when he got older.
Totally. No, it just seems like the art of storytelling is just constantly evolving all the time, which is good. And then it can be like horribly bad at the same time, depending, I suppose. Daniel Barry Sports Highlights, how's it going, my man? And Mr. Peterson, hello. Does that mean you're all going to start making poutine with rice, clotted bat blood gravy, and squid tentacles? Oh my god. I don't know how to answer that.
I don't even know what that means.
If that's a question to me, I don't know how to answer that. I'm sorry. I really don't know. So, Setting a Brave, I was having trouble with it spraying air instead of paint last time I tried using it. So I'm just looking at videos and trying to see how to fix that. Oh, yeah, because I think you have to prime it or something like that. I know there's something that you have to do. Of course, I'm not an expert whatsoever, but I think there's something you have to do to prime it to get the paint in there to be able to squirt it out, so to speak. Rancor Steve, how's it going? There's
Hey,
another guy that's enjoying his new job, like Diesel. And Rancor Steve, I'm not gonna say it's his dream job. I'm gonna say it's his dream job. Um, he's 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 working in a shop selling guns. He is most happy right now selling firearms. Jay will be back. We'll be doing more streams with Jay. Nice, awesome. And like I said, Colhauser, I'd like to be able to get you on. So, have some fun with you. So, and that's a promise I do want to keep. So, I will talk to you later about that too as well. So, what else? So yeah, Rancor Steve, how's it going, dude? Daniel Barry Sports Highlights and Mr. Peterson, otherwise known as John. Nice to see you guys too. So great that you can be here. And I, no, see, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna answer this to John's question. Um, that's not Albertan culture to make Putin with blood with clotted bat blood gravy and squid tentacles. Okay, no, I get what he's saying now. I totally 100% know what he's talking about. Okay, so a few days ago, our and I use this word loosely, leader, prime minister, um, went over to China a few days ago, and goes back to what Dark Helmet was talking about is or yeah went over to China and talking the New World Order stuff and all the fun stuff and making a deal with China that instead of selling what was it again, instead of selling, say, electric vehicles made in North America, like from, I don't know, Ford or GM or Tesla or, whatever, it's going to be, excuse me, it's going to be, no, we're going to sell Chinese EV vehicles and, and, and really push the whole New World Order kind of thing. And so Doug Ford, the premier of Ontario, apparently he was a little ticked off about this, and because apparently they will not allow, or allegedly, this is what the word is, they will not allow Chinese EV vehicles into the United States because of possible spyware, ransomware, stuff like that, that kind of
good.
stuff. Yeah. So, which would quite possibly hurt the Ontario economy. So he's not too happy about that, and apparently, allegedly, he's kind of ticked off at our hair leader. So, okay, so John, now I get what you're talking about. Um, yeah, and what's a Quebec thing? See, now I'm gonna have to. Oh yeah, and that's a Quebec thing too. Yeah, that's true. So, um, pop culture mechanic. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Buy a Chinese EV. I heard they transform into coffins automatically.
That's a good one.
I
Well,
like. I love that joke. Oh my god. Yeah. They're
so
bad.
are you saying that this I don't know, what do you call him? Premier? Is that like a governor?
Yeah, kind of like a governor. Yeah.
Right. So are you saying they manufacture EV vehicles in Canada, but Carney wants to import Chinese made EVs?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, totally
Keep
wonderful.
doing that. That's great for your country.
Exactly. 100%. Because there's nothing more like selling out your country than telling China, we'll take your stuff instead of instead of letting our country be innovative and prosperous on our own merits, and and we'll take your crap instead.
Exactly. So I saw part of Mark China Carney's visit over to China.
Yeah.
And I think I was listening and watching like his opening, introduction.
Yeah.
And he was just kissing their bum. That's all he was really doing.
Oh yeah,
Um,
no, totally.
it,
100%.
it's terrible for Canadians. And I think Carney was just doing this because, Trump doesn't really want to play ball with Canada in some respects. So your prime minister runs over to China, kisses their bum, and he's throwing Canada underneath the bus.
Essentially, yeah.
And
Yeah.
Trump is not going to tolerate more Chinese influence in our hemisphere. So I don't know what
No.
Canada's thinking. It's really crazy. But we see this sort of script being read from many world leaders in Western culture. The Europeans do the same thing. They say that they also use very similar talking points where they're not really supporting their nations anymore. They're mass illegal migration coming into their countries in Europe, changing the culture and ethnicity of their own countries, making their countries poorer, and increasing crime in their countries. And they don't care about their citizens anymore. Canada's doing the same thing. I saw a report. It was talking about the percentage of foreigners in Canada now. It was a huge number. It was like 10% or 20%. It was a huge amount.
Yeah. It's true. One sec. Mr. Peterson says, yeah, not to mention more than one ship has burned up at sea due to the batteries in their cars exploding. Really? Oh, I love that. I love it. Man.
Well, that's a minor sacrifice for saving our climate and saving Mother Earth. So, yes, exploding cars, dead people, sinking boats. That's a small price to pay for stopping climate change.
Oh yeah, no, what you talk about? They're not exploding cars. No,
Right.
they're fireworks. We
The
test them out at sea.
Chinese know what they're doing.
Yeah.
They are not the friend of the United States. They are not a friend to Canada. The people that are running these Western nations, they're not a friend to their own people.
No.
And they're just destroying their own countries and destroying Western culture. And you need to shut up and comply. So
Exactly.
be quiet, eat bugs, and take the jab, get sick, die, and then be replaced by a foreigner.
Yeah, pretty much. Carney wants to move 100% tariffs on Chinese EVs. Yeah, exactly. And he's just Trudeau 2.0. Oh yeah, 100%.
They're the same. They're same as Biden, same as the Bushes, same as Mike Pence and the Obamas. They all play for the same team. They all work for the same person, and they don't care about your nation. So thank God that we got President Trump in office. I wish he was a nice conservative Christian. I know Marxist feminists like to say he's some sort of Nazi or some sort of conservative. He's not either of those. I wish he was actually a very conservative Christian fellow. He's not. But he's making serious change for the better in this nation. So I'm very thankful for President Trump. And I'll be happy to vote for him again in 2028.
There you go.
So we'll see how that works out. But yeah, Carney,
you were just waiting to have that in, weren't you?
Oh, dude, they have hats for sale in the White House. So come on.
Yeah.
So Carney, I couldn't believe what I was watching. This knucklehead. Yeah, but he's part of that group. He's part of the group that's running things, and he's just some devil worshipping. Well, I can't say certain words on YouTube. Terrible person.
You can. Yeah, you could. No. YouTube is pretty lowbrow, so I'm pretty sure you can get away with it. So,
well, I gotta be careful. So,
yeah, no, I get it.
But dude, but look, I mean, I think we're all in agreement. Like, you got to look what's going on in Europe and Canada, and what was going on in the United States. It's all the same thing. It's like all these different countries in the West. They're all these leaders are doing the same exact thing, destroying culture, letting illegal aliens in, and like at least thank God in the United States we have the First Amendment and we have the Second Amendment. Mm-hmm. In England, like if you say anything bad about like illegal aliens, raping British women, like they throw you in jail. If in England and you're praying quietly in front of an abortion clinic, they throw you in jail. Like they don't do that yet here in the United States because we have the Bill of Rights and it's wonderful, and we're also armed. So and that's one of the reasons why they talk about gun control, because they don't want you to be able to defend yourself. So when they come knocking on the front door, if they want to take grandma off to prison because she's praying quietly in front of an abortion clinic, she has no way of resisting.
No, exactly.
It's all part of their plan. People need to wake up. And I was watching an interview, and even though I'm not a huge fan of Tucker Carlson, he was interviewing this young woman. I think she was from the Netherlands, but she was living in Holland. She was very outspoken about things, and she was recently censored about something. Oh, she had her visa to England was canceled because she was criticizing some of the political stuff that's going on in the UK. And it's sad because she's saying how like in the Netherlands, like you kiss that country goodbye. Like
big time.
Same thing with Austria. Like your family's home. Austria is not a large country in regards to population, but I think like 10% of Austria is like they're all illegal aliens now. It's like they're Muslim.
Pretty much. So, pretty much. Yeah,
kiss Australia or Austria goodbye. Yep. You're not going to be able to get all these people out, and especially with their leaders not wishing to get these people out. Yeah, it's terrible.
Oh yeah. Hey, Anomas. How's it going, dude? Nice to see you. Anomas, actually last week, he did something like totally unexpected. Totally unexpected. Because usually on the social medias, I'll just post, whatever it is that we happen to be drawing and stuff like that. And so I posted the first page that obviously, lots of you guys saw that I was drawing. And Anomas, he took it a little bit further and was doodling on it and just added a little bit more extra shading, even though I wasn't done the page. And it was like, dude, that's pretty good. It's pretty damn good. I like it. So, in answer to your question, what are we drawing? You know what? I'm gonna let you guys catch up a little bit because some of the guys came in a little late, and that's okay. So this is what we're doing, okay? Because on Saturday, on Mike's Movie Matinee, where we watch a really good movie, as most of you guys can attest to. I was also doodling away. So what we were watching was The Blue Angel. So it's a German movie that had two versions, English and German. And so, you know what? I thought, I'm going to have to plot out the, a couple of pages ahead of time for the comic that, I kind of like, want to do bit by bit. Right. And so I was kind of like plotting things out, just kind of like figuring out how I want the story to go. So this here, one sec here because I just accidentally erased the page. So this here, dang it, what's going on? Oh, that's right, because my pen is off. Let's try this again. This here is essentially page 2. This here is going to be page 3. And this here is going to be like page, you know what, I'm just going to write it down. Page 4, 3, 2, and then 5, right? So essentially I'm just like plotting it out, so to speak, figuring out how my panels should go, and because when you're doing when you're doing at least panel work, at least in my head, doing doing panels should be like, at least to me, should be like scenes in a movie, right? And if you want your movie to, not just look good, but you want to try to at least make every panel interesting. Sometimes you can't always do that, but you should at least try. And so that's kind of what I'm doing right now. So right now I'm kind of like loosely working on the page two, that I also started yesterday, and doing that. So that's exactly what I'm drawing. Kohlhauser says, yeah, this will be a pretext to an American invasion. It'll happen. Trump will not allow foreign troops in Canada. No, you know what? This is the thing. This is what's been going on like lately. Like all of a sudden, Europe is like all in a tizzy. All of Europe is like in a tizzy. Like, oh my god, I can't believe it. Trump's going to invade Greenland. Oh, for Pete's sake, he is not.
Hope
He's
so.
not. I mean, it'd be funny if he does in a weird kind of way, but I don't think he's going to. Like but Europe is all in a tizzy, and I think it's really weird. It's like Europe is gonna I don't know if Europe is gonna start World War III over Trump trolling people, you know. Um, I, yeah, but I don't think he's gonna let foreign troops in Canada either. Canada does not want to be part of the EU, and I know this was
Good.
mentioned. Yeah, it was mentioned by like some lunatic liberals in Canada. And this is a weird thing. Canada should join the EU. Why? We're not part of Europe. We're not even on the same damn continent. Um, no, just no. It's so dumb. And you really honestly think that, Trump's going to go in there with like, destroyers and aircraft carriers and stuff like that and just take over Greenland? I mean, come on. It doesn't work like that, folks. It really honestly doesn't. But apparently Europe thinks it does. I don't know why. It's just nuts.
All right. So
Oh, just one sec. Yeah. And then Mr. Peterson, yeah, foreign influx has already gotten a foothold here. Yeah, no, that's true. Supporting making all the natives here scared to death to have kids. Meanwhile, they breed like rabbits, and in 1 or 2 generations, vote us out.
yep.
We have them for now. Give the Dems a majority in both houses and the White House, and those will go away. No, I get you, dude. I get you. 100%. Okay, Al.
All right. So NATO. I mean, Trump's concern is that. Well, one was that NATO, even like in his first term initially, were not paying the same amount of dues that they were supposed to.
Yeah.
And then when the Democrats are in charge, yeah, they're anti-American. So
Yeah.
Europe and NATO went back to abusing the United States. So Trump is back in charge again. He's in the White House, which is great. He got the NATO members to pay their 5% like they're supposed to pay, and then they start getting all upset. So NATO's up. Denmark's upset because we want Greenland. France says that they might defend Denmark if Trump wants to invade Greenland. And I think somebody in Canada was sort of saying the same. Wasn't Carney implying that too?
I think so.
Yeah. So
like all of them.
Who is your friend? It's like there is no NATO without the United States. It's like,
No.
what are you thinking? The only reason why you're all not speaking Russian is because of the United States.
What? So, you're kidding. No, that can't be true.
Exactly. Well, maybe not Canada, but yeah.
Not yet. We'll be speaking Chinese.
But well, there's that. The Chinese have made it clear exactly what they want. They really have no natural resources. So yeah, getting control of North America. I mean, they would be very happy with that. So in Europe, yeah, it's all turning Muslim. So in 70 years, Europe will be all Muslim. Islam is on the rise. You can kiss the natives of Europe goodbye, and that's a whole terrible shame. So yeah, France is upset. Denmark is all upset because of President Trump, but especially France. Like France has never really been a friend to the United States, and we've helped France out in 2 world wars. Both times they're occupied by the Germans. If it weren't for us, they would still be speaking Nazi today. So they should probably thank us, but they don't.
I think so.
And it's really quite terrible. I don't. So Trump's concerned because he was on Air Force One. He was talking to the press, and he was saying he's concerned that the United States gets into some sort of trouble, that NATO will not have our back. And I would be surprised if that ended up happening. That NATO would not have the back of the United States, and that's really quite sad. So now, I'm thinking, like, why are we in NATO anymore? Like, NATO, the North American Treaty Organization, started after World War II. Soviet Unions, they were occupying most of Europe, but that was part of the plan between FDR and Joseph Stalin, which was a huge shame. Germany was falling. The Russians were invading after Germany invaded the Soviet Union. We went through Normandy into France, heading towards Berlin. The Russians were heading towards Berlin, and the agreement was that whatever nations and areas, territory that the Soviets invaded into, in which to get to Berlin, they could keep after the war. And the Allies agreed on this stupid idea, and it's quite terrible. So the Soviet Union, they had all these satellite states from 1945 until the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1990, and that was terrible. That's all quite terrible. But the Soviet Union is gone now. Russia's, like, I don't have any main problems with Putin. He doesn't put up with anti-Christian stuff. He doesn't put up with global homo stuff. Ukraine was supposed to be a neutral nation. But the EU, NATO, the CIA got involved with Ukraine, and it started making the Russians nervous. So the European Union, the CIA, NATO, they put biolabs in Ukraine, so that didn't make the Russians very happy. There was child trafficking going through Ukraine, and the Russians don't like that so much. But all the P files and the Western nation, that's their big thing. They're all quite evil. So, and then there was a coup, and then they put Zelensky, who was actually an actor, to be leader of Ukraine. That was all part of their plan. Like, you can watch videos where he's on some talent show dancing on stage like a very effeminate man with it's disgusting. So it's all part of the plan. Then, in the first administration of President Trump, the Soviets lined up on the border with Ukraine. But Trump was like, hey, if you invade Ukraine, we're going to bomb Moscow. And Putin did not go into Ukraine. Once Biden and the Democrats stole the 2020 election, Putin went into Ukraine. And I don't blame him, honestly. Part of it also had to do with the fact that the western portion of Ukraine, they're ethnic Russians. And now Ukraine was no longer a neutral nation. And it made the Russians nervous. So the Russians went into Ukraine. The idiot Europeans, they started putting money into Ukraine. The Democrats over here, the Biden White House, started putting money into Ukraine. 90% of those funds cannot be found. So all these politicians, the Democrats and the rhinos in the U.S., they were pocketing all this money. And the people of Russian soldiers were dying. Ukrainian men were dying. And it's all quite terrible. And it's not about peace. So then Trump becomes president again. He's like, we're going to put an end to this kind of crap. Trump has sold weapons to NATO, and NATO can use those weapons any way they sort of want. Putin met with Trump in Alaska, which was kind of wonderful. Zelensky, he really trained to keep going, so he wants more dead Ukrainians. And so do the Democrats and the rhinos in the United States. So it's quite terrible. So at this point, I'm just like, why are we in NATO? Should we even be in NATO? We should probably pull our troops out of Germany, pull our troops out of the UK, even though I like the UK, although it's no longer going to be UK for a long time,
No,
or
not really.
Poland, and then see what happens. I honestly don't think Putin's just going to, do what Stalin did. I think he just wants control of Ukraine. I don't think he's has any intention to push it. But yeah, if Putin wants Ukraine, it's a huge mess. Let him have it.
There you go.
And then they start talking about like attacking Russia, and then Russia, like last week, was saying, hey, if we have to like nuke Germany or the UK, that's an option. And like these idiot Europeans, what are they thinking? Like what are they thinking? Like the UK might have nukes. I don't think they publicly said they did or not, but Russia certainly has nukes. And if you push, those nukes are going to fly. And who do you think's going to have your ass? You think we're going to come running to you guys when you treat us like crap?
Yeah.
All we want is Greenland. Just give us Greenland and make us happy. Just like, and the reason why we want Greenland, like it's a good one between us. Like if you look at a map, Greenland's like right on the border with Russia. It's like so close to Russia.
Yeah.
It's a strategic defense for the United States and Canada. If the United States had more control over Greenland, like I'm not saying we should make Greenland our 51st state because that'll be Alberta, but we need more control of Greenland. So we have bases on Greenland, but it's not enough to really fend off the Russians or the Chinese.
No, exactly.
If you think that China doesn't want North America, like you're totally fooling yourself. And they have a long game planned.
Oh, 100%.
I'm sorry. That's my little rant to all you crazy Marxists.
Oh man, this is so joyful. I love it.
Well, we can talk about comics again. That'll cheer me up.
No, well, I mean, you could do that too. Yeah, sure. 100%. We could go ahead and do that. No, I just find it all hilarious. Just 100% hilarious. Like they actually think that that this is gonna happen. It is so bizarre, just bizarre. Well, Trump is basically going to like take over the entire world. Oh no, he's a dictator. Oh no, this is, he's going to take Canada. He's going to take Greenland. He's like, God.
Well,
isn't this what you're wanting to do with this new world order anyway? Like, this is like essentially the takeover of the world, regardless. So if you think Trump is going to do it. Yeah, got news for you. There is some very naughty people out there that are going to go ahead and do it anyway.
Well, no. Trump is not part of that club, so they don't want Trump.
No, he's not. No, exactly. Gap After Dark says, you don't ask for much, Al. No.
Just Greenland. That's all we want.
Just Greenland.
And for Alberta to be independent.
Yeah. Anamas, Canadian government wants to be all in with the New World Order. Exactly. And that's why, Anamas, I'm not exactly sure where you are, probably in Canada too, because, I know you've been on Canadian Spider-Man's channel like quite a few times. So over the years, I forget exactly where you are, but yeah, here in Alberta, we're taking the whole independence thing, like really, really seriously, totally 100% wanting to separate, because we just want out of this mess. We just want our freedom. We don't want to be messed with. We don't want communist China taking all our stuff. We'd rather get it to people that appreciate our hard work and stuff like that. Like, for example, the United States and Japan and Korea, because they're very interested in our oil and gas. Not communist China. Because we got very clean gas and oil. And it's light and it makes it easier for processing. unlike some of the heavier oil like oil in Venezuela and stuff like that. Not saying that Venezuelan oil and gas is bad. I'm not saying that, but we've done most of the work for you by where we live. So there you go. Mr. Peterson says, yeah, our operations in Germany is gigantic. In order to properly wind them or wind them down and pull out, it would take a couple of years. No, true. So,
sure.
Yeah. Vince, funny part that was that NATO asked the UN or the US for funds to defend Greenland from the US.
I know.
Yeah.
Like, what are they going to
do? Like, so you want to take our money to defend us or to defend Greenland from us with our money? No, I don't think that's going to work out. It's going to be bad.
Well, he was saying that it'll probably cost like $700 billion for us to purchase Greenland.
Yeah. It's like, well, if that's the case, how about a down payment?
Well, yeah, I think I'm all for it. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. But it's weird, like, depending on what news program you watch in regards to them interviewing various different people in Greenland. I found one very biased one, how they're all telling where Trump should go. But then I was reading and watching another one where they're really unhappy that apparently they're like, Denmark had a process, and I don't know the details of this, of sterilizing people in Greenland.
Really?
I did not read the article. I found it on the Anonymous Conservative. I don't know the details to that. But it seems like, yeah, those people aren't particularly happy with Denmark. I'm not. Yes, it was really weird. So I saw that on the Anonymous Conservative today. I didn't read the article, but I do like the Anonymous Conservative. They're a bit more fringy than even me, but I do like them.
Interesting.
Yes, I also like the Gateway.
So, Gateway Pundit is pretty good. Yeah,
really good. They had an article today. Let's see if I could find it. Where in Somalia, all these retards. There was a warehouse. Let's see if I can find it, that held all this food for the Somalis.
Right.
And yesterday, I'm just waiting for my stupid internet to move a little bit faster. The Somalis, they went into this warehouse that had 76 tons of U.S. donated food, and they just ransacked the whole thing and then set the whole warehouse on fire. So U.S. ends aid to Somalia after locals torch and loot warehouse filled with 76 tons of U.S. donated food. You can find this at thegatewaypundit.com. This was posted earlier today, and there's some video too. It's really insane. So that's some. I didn't know we were feeding the people of Somalia. Since
not anymore.
Well, there was that with the Black Hawk Down incident. The end of Bush and Bill Clinton, huge mess. Because they're all Muslim, right? It's the drug traffickers and the gang lords run Somalia. I guess we were trying to be nice to still feed them. So what do? They go into the warehouse, take all the food themselves, and light the warehouse on fire. So thank you so much, America, for feeding us. We're just going to steal all your stuff. So most Democrats in the U.S., if Kamala was president, she probably would still kept trying to fund and feed Somalia. But like Trump, he's not the same sort of fish. So Trump is like, well, you just took all your food and you burnt down the warehouse, so now we're no longer going to feed you anymore until you sort of comply and start playing nice. It's like, how nice do we have to? I'm getting mad again. How nice do we have to be to people before they start respecting us? You got World War I, you got World War II. Like, we try to be as nice as we can, and you guys crap all over us. It's like, I'm sick and tired of it. And I'm sure Alberta probably feels tired of being crapped on too.
No, that's pretty much it, right? That's exactly how we feel. And John, I like your comment there. Yeah, well, France sent in troops to Greenland to instruct them on how to surrender properly. Love that, man. Love it. and about 50-50 in Greenland, half support independence or joining the United States, and the other half against. Yeah. So,
Well, can you put that up again on
and
what day this say?
oh, okay. Well, yeah, one sec. And yeah, and Cole has, yeah, Canada's always tried to be relevant. Remember that when Biden had its botched withdrawal from Afghanistan, Canadian troops had to find another way home. Yeah, exactly. They
Really?
left it. Yeah, no, they totally left us in the dust.
Yeah.
100%. Yeah, they did. Oh yeah, what a nice neighbor, right? So yeah, they're like, well, I'm sorry, you're just gonna have to fly in and get your own troops or something like that. And
Oh, I
yeah,
see
so
what
it's about 50-50 in Greenland. Yeah, half supporting
you're saying.
independence. Yeah, yeah. And Gap, Al, well, the Somalians had to put out the fire in the warehouse to heat up the food. So,
Oh, all right. Well,
yeah,
thank you for letting me know.
because they don't have microwaves, I guess, apparently. So,
Well, they don't have gas
let's,
over there in Somalia.
yeah.
And let's not forget how like they're pirate like and take over and pirate maritime vessels.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and then now they're in
Wow.
our country. So yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Look at Minnesota. Look at Michigan. Yeah,
Yep.
look that crazy
Yeah.
Umar chick who said some not nice things about America, even though she's in Congress, who's married to her brother. So it's all this crazy stuff.
Oh, no,
Um,
exactly. Exactly.
yeah. So
So,
I think the United States should be nice, but I think we're too nice to some people. Like I don't think we should be giving anybody any money. Um, I think our allies, if they need weapons, I'm okay with selling our allies weaponry if they need it.
right.
But I don't think. Well, who are our allies now? Is like UK.
Alberta.
I would consider an ally. I would hope that Canada is still an ally. And Australia, and yeah, that's pretty much it. I think everybody else hates us.
Uh, oh, man. Well, I don't know. Here's the thing. I mean, can the UK honestly call themselves an ally anymore? Because I mean, look at the way that they're even treating their own people. They're like totally getting away with a whole bunch of crap. And acting like 100% a total totalitarian state.
Sure.
So and same with Canada, right? And they're more aligning themselves with with China, totally
Sure.
with China. So I mean, could you even call Canada an ally? So I'm going to propose this to you and say more or less, like along those lines that um, should should our great and independent movement keep going, I would say you have an ally with Alberta.
Oh, sure. It seems like the people of Alberta and traditional Americans have the same sort of values.
Yes, yes, totally 100% conservative values. That's the way I would put it.
Excellent.
So,
So I
yeah,
like Alberta. So yes, I know I joke that Alberta should be our 51st state. If I'm being perfectly honest with you, yeah, that's not necessary. I do want you to be free. I think that would be wonderful for you guys.
yeah,
Yeah. So yeah, I think that would be fantastic.
it would be, wouldn't it though?
And how can you
So,
not be an American and not support freedom? I mean, that's ridiculous.
well, yeah, because I mean, it's pretty much synonymous, you know, America, freedom, freedom, America. It's kind of like what you've always been used to, I suppose you could say. For decades. I mean, everybody across the world. As soon as you see like the American flag, you associate it with the whole patriotism of freedom. Really, and I mean, I know that over the years, obviously, things have been rough, let's say. You know exactly kind of what I'm talking about with regime changes and stuff like that, and certain people trying to cause the downfall of America. But I mean, let's face it, it's pretty much synonymous. So,
It,
and
I think
you
it
know,
should be. But the problem, though, and my eyes were open really very much in 2020. When I used to think that all nice Republican politicians and all nice Republican presidents were pro-American conservative Christians, and I found out they are not.
No.
And America should stand for freedom and independence. The problem is when they use that against the American people to do stuff that they ought not to be doing. And in hindsight, I wish they had not done certain things.
Yeah.
That's eye-opening.
Yeah.
I do, but I do, yes. So, but I do stand by the idea that Americans should support freedom. With that said, I find it quite wonderful what had happened in Venezuela recently, and we talked a little bit about this. I think it was last week with the sonic weapon and all that stuff, which I thought was absolutely fantastic. It was funny how like the left in America were, you know, over the summer protesting, you know, supporting No King's Day.
Yes.
So when we go in and we get a hold of Maduro, the same people are complaining that we just took away and arrested a dictator. It's like, you people make no sense. That's absolutely crazy. And,
Exactly.
and I do find it refreshing that Trump always sort of has his heart on his sleeve. He's a straight shooter. So when he was talking about how we arrested Maduro and his wife, he wasn't going around saying he did it because he wants Venezuela to be free. It was like, no, we want our oil, and which is true, but he was being honest.
We paid for it.
We paid for it. We have our oil. You're sending drugs into our country. We told you to stop, and you didn't. So you know you had to get spanked. But yeah, the left in this country, they start going nuts because whatever Trump does, like Trump could cure cancer tomorrow, and they would find a problem with that.
Exactly.
You people are insane. It's like the people the lemmings that are listening to this crap. Yeah, you know, the people, you know, the news media, the leftist news media, all these Marxist leftist politicians, they're reading from the script, and all these lemmings are just following suit and think that Trump's a terrible person. What do you think is going to happen when Minnesota turns all Somali? Like, what do you think the Muslims are going to do in Michigan and Minnesota? You know,
they're going to open up a bunch of falafel shops.
Yes, yeah. You're gonna have your rights. You're gonna have your rock and roll. You're gonna have your drugs. You're gonna have like all the evil vices that you have now. It's like no. Yeah. It's like Muslims don't support Hollywood. They don't support gay marriage or homosexuality. And you want to talk about women's lib and all that sort of stuff? Yeah. See how they treat women in Iran or in Afghanistan. Like, see if you like that. So
exactly.
Yes. Islam is evil.
Yeah. Yeah. Al is on fire today.
I get worked. I'm sorry. I get really passionate about politics. I get really passionate about the things of God. And I actually do get passionate about comics as well. So yeah, that's what you're gonna hear from me, because that's all we talk about.
Yeah, I suppose pretty much.
Which is fine with
oh yeah, yeah. Let's see. If Russian and Chinese missiles were that good, the U.S. would not be able to do what it did to Iran. Oh well, yeah, that's true. Oh my god!
Thank God for that.
Yeah.
He had Obama. I don't know how many billions of dollars in gold and cash he gave to the Iranians to supposedly have the Iranians stop building a nuke and say "Death to America" every single day. Like Trump took care of that. Was my main problem before Trump was reelected. I wanted Iran to be taken care of. No more nukes. No more going around saying death to America. Trump took care of that. My second issue or concern was to seal our southern border. Trump took care of that. That's wonderful. And this is all good for America. We didn't have regime change in Iran. It looks like the people of Iran are tired of this craziness. And I'm old enough, and I think Mike's like a little bit younger than me. Like, I remember the Shah of Iran had to flee Iran before the mullahs and the Ayatollah Khomeini took over. Like, I remember those days. And
Oh,
ever
yeah.
since, they're very oppressive, and that's what Islam does. Like, if you think you want to be a homosexual under Islam, yeah, that ain't gonna happen. If you think women are gonna have freedom and liberty under Islamic rule or a caliphate or Sharia law, yeah, that ain't gonna happen.
No, that's definitely not going to happen.
Gays for Palestine, that makes no sense. You
No.
people are retards.
That's it. It doesn't make sense, does it? Though. Oh my God.
There's a wonderful book called I'll make this real quick. There's a wonderful book called Islam Reviewed by M. Ali. Islam Reviewed is a nice little trade paperback. It's written by an ex-Muslim who became a Christian, and he writes about the history of Muhammad, Islam, what Islam's really about, and compares it to Christianity. So Islam Reviewed, nice little trade paperback. You can find that on Amazon pretty cheap. Wonderful book.
There we go. Oh man.
You want to talk about comics again?
Yeah, we could talk about comics again.
All right, because you mentioned something really interesting. Because you're learning storytelling, which is very nice.
Yeah.
And you mentioned how a comic book page should look cool. Is that what you were?
Oh, like a movie scene. Like each panel should, essentially be like a scene in the movie, right? So because if you're gonna hold you damn dog, not my dog, definitely not my dog. Yeah, that was somebody else's dog. Outside. So. Yeah. Anyway, because I forgot who mentioned it. Somebody had mentioned it like quite a while ago, that if you're, oh no, it was Hungry Boy. That's who it was. It was definitely Hungry Boy. He was kind of like explaining it that way. Like, he was saying, and and in a way, once you look at a whole bunch of comics, oh, that's right. And I forgot to mention that as well, but I'll mention that soon. That if you're reading a comic book, because obviously it is a visual and reading medium. If there are certain movies that you enjoy watching, over and over and over again. And hello, Pop Culture Republic. Nice to see you, my man. One of my most favorite Texans, Pop Culture Republic. Maximum effort into doing almost nothing. I shouldn't say it that way. But if there are certain movies that you really enjoy watching, and with me, it is few movies that I enjoy watching over and over and over again, just because of the visuals, right? The way the scene is set up, or the way the scene advances the storytelling, right? A comic panel should be the same way, in a sense that every scene is important, because every scene should grab your eye, or at least try to grab your eye and grab your attention. And hopefully, depending on what you're trying to put in the panel, it should make your eye, at least to me, it should make your eye rest there for a moment, for at least a few seconds, because maybe it's just me. How should I put it? Over the past couple of years, I've been trying to study how a panel looks. Why does it make me want to look at it, right? Instead of, just quickly flipping the pages, and just skimming over the storyline details, basically, just read, just read the word bubbles and just, keep on flipping, right? There are some books that'll kind of make me want to do that, right? But what I've been doing lately, is kind of like looking, is this interesting to look at, right? Why is it interesting to look at? And I've been doing the same thing when watching anime. Is because most of us know, and I'm talking anime. I'm not talking generic North American so-called cartoons, right? I'm not talking about cartoons. I'm talking about anime because there is a huge difference between the two if you really think about it. And that's right. Maximum effort and minimal time management. Right. That's what it is. So, and Max, thank you. Yes, I love those clouds. Well, when you're picking up little assets here and there, it makes the work a lot easier. I'll tell you that much. But here's the thing, because anime for the most part, they tend to exaggerate certain things here and there, right? Whether it's through character creations or actions that they're doing, but for probably the past year, you end up kind of like studying it. Why do certain scenes really impact you? Because there are obviously certain scenes in anime that are very powerful, not just because of the storyline, but because of the visuals as well. And that's kind of the way that you want to set up, at least to me. Again, this is kind of the way I understand it. This is kind of why you want to set up your comic panels that way. You want to your comic panel basically is a scene, and within that scene it should make you want to stop and kind of like look at the details and make you think, why do I want to stare at this, and I see you sent a link. Oh, nice. Okay.
Well,
Let me send this.
it's based on something that you were saying earlier and what you were just saying now.
Right.
Mike and I were talking about how, like, and I think I said this in the beginning of the live stream, that even some of our favorite comic book illustrators, they didn't always tell a story the same sort of way. And I was a huge fan of the early Image comic books that were coming out in 1991. And even when some of those guys were still over at Marvel, like, I really enjoyed Todd McFarlane's Amazing Spider-Man and Spider-Man at that time. I liked his Incredible Hulk. At the time, I liked Rob Liefeld's New Mutants and X-Force. I thought that stuff was great. And when Image started, I thought that was great for many reasons, because they were starting a company where the creators owned their property, and they, at least initially, were writing and drawing their own books. And I thought that was great for comic book creators' rights. And they, made a good amount of money doing so, and I thought that was fantastic. Whenever I would hear, because I think, because Mike had mentioned this, and it may have been the same sort of thing. So Stan Lee, before he actually became a household name, in 1992 or so, there was a series of VHS tapes where Stan Lee was interviewing various different comic book creators. One was Todd McFarlane and Rob Liefeld. Mike had mentioned the one with Will Portacio. He interviewed Bob Kane. There was another one with Will Eisner. There's one with Jim Lee. And they were really talking about a lot in regards to how these gentlemen would compose or draw a comic book page and how to tell a story. And if I'm thinking about the same thing that Mike was alluding to before, like the one with Todd McFarlane, Todd McFarlane is a very smart business person. His thing was always that it just has to look cool. Like, it's got to look cool, and the kids got to like it. And, if you do that, then you got yourself an audience. And, like, when he was starting Spawn, like, he wanted a cool-looking character. Although Spawn was created when he was a kid, he wanted the character to look cool. He had, capes are cool, so he had a cape, and chains were cool. And he was kind of a tough guy and a sort of anti-hero kind of character, kind of spooky looking. And many adolescent men gravitate towards that. I think it was an interview with Frank Miller and Will Eisner. There's a book called Eisner Miller. where in 2002, Frank Miller spent the weekend at Will Eisner's house down in Florida, and for the course of a whole weekend, they talked about comics and the film industry and pop culture and how to make comics and that sort of thing. And one of the interesting things that there's a lot of wonderful discussion between these two men who I have a great amount of admiration for. But one cool thing was, to get back to Todd McFarlane, Frank Miller was describing Todd McFarlane to Will Eisner, and Frank Miller was saying, you know, that young kid in high school, and he's has a pocket knife and he's carving a swastika on the desk in the classroom with his pocket knife. Todd McFarlane owns that kid. It's like that's like Todd McFarlane.
What?
And I was just like, well, that's a wonderful, interesting way of saying things. But Todd McFarlane and a lot of the image guys, they wanted their stuff to look cool, and that's fine.
Yeah.
I think for some of them, at the expense of clear storytelling, that was a problem. Maybe not so much with McFarlane, but I know like with Rob Liefeld, and I like Rob personally. Like some of his, like I had a couple of issues of his Youngblood, and I had a really hard time figuring out what's going on, especially when, you know, you would have a traditional comic book page and you would turn the page and then there was like a 2-page spread and you had to turn the comic 90 degrees to read it.
Yeah.
That's terrible storytelling at the expense of just looking and creating a cool graphic.
Exactly.
I think there's some truth to what Mike is saying in regards to like having your panels look interesting. But I don't think what Mike is saying, even though Mike is part of this conversation, I don't think what Mike is saying is that your stuff should look cool at the expense of having clear storytelling. I think it's a good idea to have stuff look cool, but your storytelling should be not confusing. It should be nice and clear.
No, totally, 100%. It should. You shouldn't sacrifice storytelling, for the sake of making something look cool, right? No, you 100% you shouldn't. Because it was always like the great debate, or kind of like as as I like to put it, which is more important, the writer, the story, or the art, right? And I'm sure you probably have partaken in that kind of discussion, lots of times.
Yes.
Which is more important, because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, because I might be wrong. I think there was it was either a debate or it was maybe it was a movement of some sort or something like that within the comic industry, like years ago, and I'm thinking this is probably like the 90s, that writers weren't getting paid as much as the artists. And I could see why, because at that time it was the art that was selling the comics, because of course you had the big guys, when the whole comic revolution took place, in the early 90s of, Walt Portasio, Jim Lee, Todd McFarlane, Rob Liefeld, Jim Valentino, Eric Larson, all them, right? And from what I remember, it did spark a debate about, which is more important. Is it the storyteller or is it the art? And to me, at least, and Fet for Hire, hey, dude. Sorry, because I'm just checking on my chat. Again, how's it going, man? Nice. I thank you for being here. I really appreciate it, man. I really, 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 really do. We got to talk more. I have a humble request to make, if that's okay, but I will message you later. But thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. But yeah, I think that it's both. You need the art to sell the story. You need a good story to sell the art. Because I mean, great art is good and all, but if the story is just, boring, good art is not just going to save it. And if the story is good, and the artist crap, that's not going to save it at all, because people are like, ugh, this just does not look good. It just looks like crap, and then they're going to put the book down. So it's it needs to be a good copacetic relationship, is basically what I'm saying. And thanks, man. I appreciate that. I'll share this stream on my channel, bro. Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate that. I really, really honestly do. Because again, trying to prep up, making a comic, and if I can get as many eyes on it, then hopefully the better sales will be. So that's the hope and dream, at least. But I really honestly do appreciate it, man. You and Joe's Atmosphere, and and whoever else out there shares his channel. I know Penny, I've seen her share the channel on occasion, and Schnoortpoopers, and and a bunch of you people out there. I really appreciate you guys doing it. So, and why do I just noticed this now. I have the Titillating Tuesday thing up. Yeah, there we go. This has been going on for an hour and a half, and I've had the Welcome to Titillating Tuesdays thing on. My God.
So I'm just going to comment on some of the things that Mike was just talking about. So
okay.
There was this,
and then and one more thing, yeah, and in a comic book, I'd say story over art, maybe 60-40. Great art without good story is pretty much pictures, says Pop Culture Republic. Yeah. Okay, go. Yes.
I think as a reader, I'm sure some sort of aesthetic happening. Wow, there's so much to really delve into. Around the time that the Image guys left Marvel, there was this debate about writer versus artist and that sort of thing. I think some of the writers at Marvel wanted an increase to their royalties, and a lot of these guys were making a lot of money even at Marvel, which is great, totally great. When Image started, it was really so Rob Liefeld, especially when you're doing the Marvel method, the penciler is usually plotting the story, depending on your editor and the artists themselves. I think, for example, like Steve Ditko, when he was working on Spider-Man, he would just draw the story, and then Stanley would just write the word bullets. That was pretty much the Marvel method. Sometimes Stanley would tell Jack Kirby a simple plot, like, I want the Fantastic Four to fight God, so Kirby comes back with the 3-issue Galactus trilogy. So when the Image guys left Marvel, and I remember I had the audio for an interview that Todd McFarlane did with Gary Groth for the Comics Journal, and Todd McFarlane was saying, yeah, just if you draw comics, just ditch your writer, just ditch write it yourself. And his actual phraseology was ditch your writer. And it got a lot of writers upset because Todd was saying, as far as royalties go, yeah, it's a lot quicker to write a comic book page than to actually draw a comic book page.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I remember that now. I totally 100% remember that now. Todd McFarlane. Yes. Todd McFarlane actually said, ditch your writer.
Ditch your writer.
And I'm like,
yes.
What? Yes.
Correct.
Sorry. Anyway, go on.
And that's what they did.
I'll be right. I'll be right back.
Oh, sure. All right. Yeah. So I'll just talk to myself. So,
okay, sure.
What had happened is, so the Image guys, they were writing and drawing their own books. Jim Lee was working with Brandon Chow on Wildcats, and Brandon Chow was co-writing it. But mostly they were just writing their own books. So some of the Image guys were getting a lot of grief because supposedly some of these Image comics were not written very well. So there was an early point in Spawn where Todd McFarlane hired 4 different writers to each write an issue of Spawn. Frank Miller wrote an issue, Neil Gaiman wrote an issue, Dave Sim wrote an issue, and I can't remember someone else, was it Alan Moore maybe, and they wrote an issue. And each of the writers were paid $100,000 to write one issue of Spawn. So this is, part of the speculator boom, and people were making a lot of money, which is great. Artists were making money, writers were making money, publishers were making money, retailers, comic book shops were making a lot of money because of the speculator movement. that all sort of imploded 1995 or so, 1996, and that was kind of quite terrible. But yeah, there's it's just what really moves. What's the most important thing in a comic book?
Hmm.
My mindset now is, because I write and draw my own stuff, that it's the same guy. And I know that Will Eisner would complain about this sort of stuff, and he would say that, and he actually used the analogy of films at that time, like in the 1980s. I guess he was sort of implying, like, he would refer to maybe like Star Wars or Terminator, where it had a lot of great special effects, but there was no real story to these films. I don't know if I
Right.
that way exactly, but his point was that story is important. And at this time, Will was doing his own graphic novels, and a lot of people would comment, like, saying how great they like the artwork, and Will always liked that. But he also wanted people to say, you're a great writer, like, because Will would say that he's a writer who writes with pictures, and that was his thing. I guess I think I follow along as a reader. I follow along the same sort of lines. That if I find the artwork to be ugly, I don't know if I could read it. There was a couple of books recently, new books I was getting from Image. One was Battle Beast. We talked about this before, and
Oh
some
yeah.
Transformers. One was Skinbreaker, written by Robert Kirkman, drawn by David Finch. And the reason why I picked it up, Skinbreaker, is because I like the artwork. I like David Finch's artwork, and the artwork was beautiful. But I was not interested in the story. It wasn't a bad story written by Robert Kirkman. I just couldn't get into it. So I just got that one issue, like issue 2. Like Battle Beast, I am a huge fan of the Invincible comic book series. So I was very excited to see the spin-off years later with the Battle Beast comic. But it's Battle Beast. And Battle Beast, even in the Invincible comic book, all he did was going around just fighting people and ripping their heads off. And if you're an adolescent male, yeah, maybe that's your thing. And that's all that Battle Beast is as a comic book. So I think I got like the first 4 issues, but yeah, that sort of story isn't going to hold me for a long time. I think, and I just want to
see, and this is what I'm talking about. No, go ahead.
Oh no, I just want to mention Art Spiegelman's Mouse. So Mouse was initially it was a serialized thing in Raw magazine, and then it was 2 different trade paperbacks, but now it's like collected as a graphic novel. So it's Art Spiegelman's Mouse, where Art Spiegel it won a Pulitzer. It's the only graphic novel that ever won a Pulitzer. I met Art Spiegelman in Harvey Kurtzman's class once in the late 80s. I don't remember much of the conversation I had with Art Spiegelman. I wasn't really that aware of Mouse then. I read Mouse like some years later. And Mouse, he drew Mouse on 8.5 by 11 paper using fountain pens because he wanted to have that literary feel when people would read Mouse. That was his rationale behind that. Gil Kane, who was a very famous comic book illustrator, artist, he didn't like Mouse. And the reason why Gil Kane did not like Mouse is because he thought the artwork was ugly. So he couldn't get past that. I like Mouse despite the artwork. And it kind of contradicts what I was just saying, how, like, for me, normally I just want pretty artwork. But I think the story is very important as well. But Mouse is fine. It's like the artwork is kind of crude, maybe, but his storytelling's fine. Like, I had no problem figuring out what was going on in Mouse. It's a very important story. It's Art Spiegelman's father's history of being in a concentration camp during the Holocaust. Very important story and topic to hit, in regards to using graphic novels. But yeah, if you look at the artwork, it's a little crude. So, but what's more important? It's hard for me to say now. Like, I like nice artwork, but that's not going to hold me if the story's not great. But I can't read a comic with crummy artwork because I just can't get past that. But I tend to gravitate towards guys now who are the artist and the writer, and it's what I do. It's like, I write and draw my own graphic novels.
Exactly.
So yeah, for me, and it took me a while because I spent decades as an inker, and I was doing some creator-owned stuff on the side when I was an inker, but it took me a little while to sort of get into penciling my own stuff because I wasn't penciling my own stuff for for a lot of years. But once I got into it, it was totally fine.
God, I'm trying to think what I was going to say now. Yeah. Back to McFarlane saying what he said.
Yeah.
Yeah, because here was the thing. I can't remember. I cannot remember where I heard that from. Where he said that. I know I heard it from somewhere, but I can't exactly remember where. But here was the thing. Well, most of us know of well, the whole Neil Gaiman incident, right? And Neil Gaiman, as weird as the guy is, he's a pretty good writer. He's a really good writer, and I do remember this line that he shared in that book, The World versus Todd McFarlane. It's like, because he had mentioned to Todd, okay, who are your bad guys, you know, and McFarlane didn't like. Basically, none of these guys really had any bad guys whatsoever. Um, I mean, except for maybe Eric Larson. I'm going to say Brandon Choi, Jim Lee, with their Wildcats. I mean, clearly they had a villain that they were fighting against, and and a few characters. Let me think here. Jim Valentino's Shadowhawk. I mean, it. He kind of had villains, but they were more like on a street level kind of thing, which was all right. And Rob Liefeld, I mean, basically he started out with like his first three comics with like, God, I really can't remember. I know we started out taking out Saddam Hussein in the first issue or something like that, and I don't, I can't remember any villains in Youngblood. Oh my God, that says something. But Todd, Todd really didn't have anything set up. It's just, here's a guy, and he's been, he made a deal with the devil, and he became Spawn, and sure, you got Violator, but like, so what's the story about? What's it about? And so Neil Gaiman comes along and he's like, well, do you have anything? It's like, well, no, not really. And so, okay, fine. Let me write a few stories. And essentially Neil Gaiman kind of like set him up, you know, set him up with like at least some sort of direction to go. And and then, well, you have what ended up happening. Now Angela's not his character anymore. That's gone to Marvel, and but it's like you don't need writers. Yeah, you need writers. I mean, I get what they were trying to do, like oh, this is going to be like totally creator owned. Yeah, but now you have to do drawing is one thing, right? Drawing characters is like one thing, plotting it out all on paper and stuff like that, and and again, trying to make it look as good as possible. But now you gotta add the story. Now you gotta keep your story going, and now you have to do the extra task of of writing your hero's journey when it was essentially left to somebody else. I mean, let's put it this way. If Chris Claremont was not writing X-Men for the decades that he has, and left it up to the artists, there you would have so many story jumps left and right and story arcs that probably wouldn't connect whatsoever. It would just make your head spin. It's like, because remember Marvel always had the what was it, the what was it, no award
No prize.
or no prize, that's right. Where you'd have to like, like kind of explain away why there was an error in a comic or in a storyline or something like that, and kind of explain the error away. Sort of, it was something like that, right? And of course you get your no prize in the mail, which was kind of funny. I wonder if anybody actually got that. I heard it was a slip of
Oh
paper
yeah.
that said, "Here's
No,
your no
no,
prize."
it was a empty envelope.
Oh, it was an empty envelope. Oh, great.
Yes, it encloses
Yeah.
your no prize, and it's empty.
Oh my God! Wow.
It's very clever.
But yeah, it is actually. But I mean, yeah. Now you're responsible for a whole entire universe on your side, and you better have things lined up. Like say, I'm going to say like maybe you may know the entire whole story arc, but you better at least probably plan out to, I don't know, maybe 10 issues ahead or something like that, depending on how popular you think you're going to be, maybe. I don't know. I could be wrong. One sec here. Maximum Redstone says, yeah, this is truth. I used to write jokes for a comic strip, a huge one. The lead artist once told me that the text is easy. Just moving something like the text bubble a little bit was an inquisition. Really? What comic strip, Max? And see, now you piqued my curiosity. Let's see. In Pop Culture Republic, yeah, Shadowhawk was a vigilante type from what I remember. Yeah, he,
Yep.
he totally was.
Yep.
100%. Breaking spines left and right on bad guys and sending
Yep.
them to the hospital. And yeah, a hero is only as good as their villain. That's true too. I
Well,
Yeah, yeah.
Spawn, well, yeah, there was like the 1990s was the decade of the anti-hero, Punisher, Ghost Rider, Wolverine, yeah, Spawn. Spawn had foes, that devil character, Magnolia, whatever the character's name was. Yeah,
Violator.
yeah, Violator, yeah. So there were,
Yeah.
you know,
There were a few.
correct. They were antagonists. I think what Todd was saying when he said ditch your writer is like, yeah, you can write your own stuff. I think maybe what you're saying also, Mike, is that scripting. So if coming up with the dialogue and that sort of thing, not everybody might be great doing that.
Yeah.
Todd McFarlane had mentioned that in that Comics Journal interview as well, is that, yeah, if you just want to draw your own comic and then have somebody script it for you, then, you can do that. But Todd's view was that, he wouldn't want to do that because he thought it would be kind of taking advantage of the writer if the writer was just scripting the book. But you had that with the Max, like Sam Keith drew the Max, and what was his name? Oh, I can't remember his name. Wrote the dialogue in the Max. He did all the word balloons and the captions and stuff. I can't remember that. Wow, I can't remember his name. Bill Loebs, I think that was his name. So yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that necessarily. So a lot of the Image guys got a lot of grief because they were saying a lot of their stories in some of their early Image comics did not have a very good writing.
No.
And I can understand the argument with that. That could be true with some of those books. There was an infamous letter in the Comics Buyer's Guide at that time, and it was titled "Name Withheld," and it was a comic book artist who was saying the same sort of stuff that Todd McFarlane was saying, which was, yeah, you don't need a writer, like just write and draw your own stuff.
Yeah.
And for years, and actually Gary Groth had asked Todd McFarlane about that article. I think it was a letter. I think it was a letter in the Comics Buyer's Guide. And Gary asked Todd McFarlane, he said, was that you? Did you write that letter? And Todd is like, what? Huh? Oh, no, it wasn't me. We found out later that it was actually Eric Larson who wrote that a letter to the Comic Buyer's Guide about being a comic book professional artist, that the artist should just stop hiring and working with writers and just write your own stuff. But I would imagine at that time when Gary Groth was interviewing Tom McFarlane for for the Comics Journal in this particular article that I'm sure that Todd knew that Eric Larson was the guy who actually wrote that letter to the Comics Buyers guy. I don't disagree with him necessarily either. So.
No, neither do I. I mean, I'm just saying that if you're going to be, writing and drawing your own story, like, and I suppose, like an artist, you tend to kind of grow as a writer, I suppose.
Sure.
So, you get better at it. But
yeah, but some artists don't want to write. Some artists just want to draw. I can understand that too. Like, I'm not like that, but I had a friend of mine. He wanted to work on Batman. He ended up being a storyboard artist for Gray Advertising, and he was drawing the storyboards for the Batman animated action figures and toy line for the commercial. So that made him happy. But he was a guy who, he just wanted to draw. And there are many artists that want to do that. Like, there are some comic book artists just want to write, or they just want to draw or do lettering or coloring. That's totally cool. If you want to apply your craft to something, I don't think there's anything necessarily immoral about that. But
No.
For me and some of the creators whose work I like, they're writer artists.
Let's see, Jeff McNeely's Shoe. Oh, that was the comic strip. Okay, I don't think I've ever heard of that. I'd like to see something. So, I want to see Max Redstone's jokes in a comic strip. So I gotta look that up. Huh? Nice. I didn't know you did that, Max. That's pretty cool. Let's see, and Pop Culture Republic. Yeah, because Pop Culture Republic here, he's a Valiant guy instead of Image. So, even though I know, like on his comic book rebagging shows and stuff like that, he'd show like a bunch of Image, like doubles and triples and stuff like that, issues, and dude, wow, he's got a collection. In the early 90s, I enjoyed Valiant over Image because of the writing. Yeah, it seemed like writing over at Valiant was a little bit more serious. But then again, that's because Jim Shooter was there too. So,
yep.
And my jokes were about 20 years ago. Says Max Redstone. Oh, that doesn't matter. Still, still be fun to see. And Mr. Peterson says, yeah, it all depends, so many things. If you're a good artist, you can write well, then go for it. If you're a writer and you can draw, then you do you. Exactly. But for those that can only do one or the other, then you need to pair up with somebody talented. No, that's true. That is true,
but it's also very tricky.
Oh, and he remembers Shoe. Okay, it was a Sunday paper mainstay.
Oh yeah, I remember Shoe.
Oh yeah. Okay, Shoe.
Yeah, it was like they were owls or something. Bird characters.
I'm gonna have to. Yeah.
Is that what?
I think so. Yeah. You know what? Because now this is sounding more and more familiar. Yeah, Shoe.
I used to like Shoe. Was he saying he wrote for Shoe?
Yeah, let me go back here. So yeah, because he said, this is truth. I used to write jokes for a comic strip, a huge one. The lead artist once told me that the text is easy, just moving something like a text bubble is a bit like an inquisition. Oh, okay. So you know what? Okay.
I wonder if he's writing Shoe. I'm wondering if he got credited for doing that.
I wonder. I'm gonna look this up now.
Doesn't sound like it, and that would make me very unhappy. I hate it when that happens.
I know, right? Hold on here. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Yeah, because we're broadcasting simultaneously on Rumble and X, and I'm going to say hello to everybody on Rumble and X. I forgot to do that, and I'm forgetting quite a bit of stuff to say hello to everybody, because that was like 2 hours in. We got 10 people watching, more than likely on the YouTube side, and I'm just going to say hello to all of you. Jeff McNeely. Shoe.
I think Shoe is like really well drawn as well.
Oh yeah. Yes. I remember this now. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on here. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna bring this up. Now I know what you're talking about. Okay, yes. Let me share the page. This is what Maximum Redstone was part of. Our Max Redstone. Dude. Yeah. I remember this now.
Really nice artwork.
Yeah. Shoot.
Really nice team.
Yeah. I remember this. I do remember this. It was really, really good. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yep. It was this was a really good syndicated comic. It really, really was.
Yep.
I remember reading this constantly all the time. So you were part of this. Wow.
That's cool.
That is really cool. Yeah, it was really good. Oh wow, he passed away?
Oh, did he?
Back in 2000? Wow.
That makes sense.
September 17th, 1947, June 8th, 2000.
Oh.
Wow. Huh. I had no idea. Yeah, it was a really awesome cartoon. A comic. Yeah, it was great. I loved it. So, yeah. Wow, Max. That's quite the thing. Good for you. Let's see. I wrote a one-liner. I did not get credit. Well, hey, I mean that counts.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
yeah,
it's nice they gauge you. But yeah, I'm a big stickler in regards to comic book creators' rights. So yeah, if you write something, you better get credit. Like stuff like that, really, because the term for that is ghosting. When you have an artist and or writer ghosting your comic and you take all the credit. Some people known for doing that are like Bob Kane, for example, when he so-called created Batman and had hired Bill Finger to write the stories, and Jerry Robinson to draw the stories. Jerry Robinson went on to teach at SVA, and one of his students was Steve Ditko.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But I think a lot of people nowadays understand the importance of Bill Finger and Jerry Robinson in regards to the creation of all those early Batman comics.
I know. I love that.
Bob King was
Canadian Spider-Man. How's it going, buddy? Yeah. I keep hearing a lot of people say that. Man.
Probably almost as bad as Stan Lee.
And it's sad. Yeah. In case some of you people don't know, Al doesn't like Stan Lee that much.
Not a big fan.
But there are reasons. There are valid reasons.
I used to be, and I won't even go into it, but yeah, I used to be until I started reading on that stuff. Stan Lee, my only interaction with him was I got some emails from his assistant in regards to an article I was writing for Back Issue Magazine, and Stan was nice to contribute some quotes for me, so I appreciate that. That was back in the day, 2006 or so, where I actually still like Stan Lee. I have a nice other Stan Lee story, but I won't share it. But yeah, there is a book called True Believer, The Rise and Fall of Stan Lee by Abraham Reisman that came out 3 years ago. Again, True Believer, The Rise and Fall of Stan Lee. One of the best books I've ever read in my entire life. Just a fantastic book. Not just like one of the best books I've ever read in regards to comics and or history, but one of the best books I've ever read. It's fantastic.
Why can't you tell that story?
Well, because I think I've told it before, but all right.
Oh, okay.
All right. No, okay. So
No, you don't. You know what? You don't have to if you don't want to, unless you want to.
I might
Purely
as well.
for entertainment reasons. Okay, fine.
No. It's nothing really weird or anything. But yeah, I was writing for Back Issue Magazine. I was still drawing for Archie Comics and DC Comics. Back Issue Magazine was a tomorrow's magazine that focused on comic book characters and stories from like the 1970s and 1980s.
Right.
Even 1960s too, a little bit. So I was able to write articles of the stuff that I liked when I was a kid. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, whatever John Byrne was doing, E-Man, Guy Gardner, talking to Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird and John Byrne and Joe Staten for these articles was fantastic. And yeah, I did an article about a character called Forbish Man that appeared in the 1960s Marvel parody book called Not Brand Ek.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I thought it was fantastic. I mean, I got it years later, decades later. I was just alive in 1967. So yeah, I reached out to Stanley's assistant, and I told his assistant, I'm writing this article for Back Issue Magazine about Forbish Man. I was wondering if I can get some quotes from Stan Lee, and here are some questions. And his assistant, I think his name was Michael something, had Stan Lee answer the questions and send me the Stan Lee's comments, and I used those in the article. Oh, but prior to this, I had a friend of mine, a college buddy. I guess he was going through a midlife crisis, and he wanted to be an actor. Actually, ended up being in the Dark Knight movie. Like he was like in the background in a couple of scenes. He was in California trying to start his career as an actor, and he was, working as a bartender in Malibu. And every once in a while, he would bump into Stan Lee, like on the street. And then my friend came back to New York one Christmas, and we were hanging out, and he told me the story how he would keep bumping into Stan Lee in Malibu. I'm like, well, next time you see Stan Lee, tell him I said hi. So my friend, he goes back to Malibu, and he's working in Malibu as a bartender, and he's walking around, and he bumps into Stan Lee again. And my friend said, oh, Mr. Lee, my friend Al Nickerson, who is an artist for Archie Comics, he says hello. And Stan Lee says, well, you tell Al Nickerson that Stan Lee says hi. So, yeah, back then I thought that was kind of nice. So when I'm writing this article for Back Issue Magazine and I reach out to Stan Lee's assistant, I mentioned to the assistant that I'm that Al Nickerson guy that my friend was talking about who works for Archie Comics. So I guess maybe that helped in regards to getting those quotes from Stan Lee, and I am very appreciative of that. That's very nice.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Yeah.
Except for what?
Except for the fact that he basically totally shafted Jack Kirby,
and a whole lot of people. Just looking at comics history. Another book is called Stuff Said. I think it's called Kirby and Lee Stuff Said, which gives a chronological account of Jack Kirby and Stan Lee's working relationship and what they worked on, the quotes that they said about those things at that time, and quotes from Steve Ditko and Wally Wood, and it's great. That's also most of these books are published by Tomorrow's. They have a lot of great books on comics history. But yeah, Stuff Said. I think it's called Kirby Lee Stuff Said. Another great book.
Okay. Max Rodson says after McNeely passed away, Chris Cassette, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, took over until his passing. Oh. Really? Okay. So basically another artist take over, I guess.
That's what they usually do, yeah.
Yeah, but I had no idea.
I guess, is Shoe still being produced or no? At all?
I haven't the faintest idea.
I don't even know.
I don't think so.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. I don't care about newspapers and the media now that I want to take a look.
Yeah, I don't read any. I know a lot of young people don't read comic strips anymore. I think comic strips are my interaction with comic strip syndicates and trying to get something going with Daredevil ended up nowhere because they have no money and they have no interest in doing anything new. So they're just going to go out of business. Newspapers are probably going to fade away. No one's going to care. And all these people are going to lose their jobs.
Pretty much.
They don't want to do anything about it.
Collector says, one day, one great day, I will be on here and explain everything. Never too late to conquer the world. Or at least Alberta.
Yeah, come on to whatever you want. Well, it's Mike's show.
Yeah, exactly. 13 Rogers.
That's right. Yeah, it's like a free for all. It's a free for all. 13 fellow watchers, you and Gran, buenos dias. And would you mind to hit the like button? It's really is for free. Yes, exactly. If you're here and you're watching, yeah, like I mentioned yesterday, and I should mention it more often. If you people out there can hit the like button, whether you happen to be on Rumble X or here on the YouTubes, then yeah, hit the like button. And you know what? And also because it does apparently help the algorithm, that blessed algorithm, puke. Um, leave a comment after the show. Just say what you liked about the show, what you liked, what you didn't like, what do you want to talk about next, what do you want to see drawn next, or it's the same thing like with the Mike's movie matinee. Leave a comment on those because you know what, a lot of them are really, really, really good movies, that I think history literally has forgotten about. I mean, these movies are like 96 years old, 97 years old, and some of them are just fantastic. And it's a lost medium that a lot of people don't pay attention to anymore because we're only focused on, the now and what's coming up now, what's coming up out of Hollywood now. Go check them out on Mike's Movie Matinee. They're all there for you, and leave a comment on there because again, it helps the algorithm on this channel to make it grow more, which is kind of amazing because at the beginning of the year, like a lot of you people know that this channel was kind of like flip-flopping around 1300, and it'd go up and then it'd go back down and then it'd go back up and then it'd go back down. And well, right now we're holding pretty steady at 1,309 subscribers. So yeah, which is pretty cool, pretty amazing. So leave a comment after the show, or in Mike's Movie Matinee or on this one. And yeah, say what you like because it really, really helps. So Canadian Spider-Man. Full disclosure, Mike, the comic Relief Crusader, I know that you're Batman.
That's right. Dark and gritty is the only thing I spend my time doing, and a lot of brooding. Well, I'm looking out for my own Catwoman.
Anyway, Collector, hey there, Gap, Maximum Red Zone, and Miss Raquel's voice in my head. Oh, yeah. Maximum. That's why I say Max Redstone as Maximum Redstone. Because of Raquel. Damn it. Before Chloe's channel, she'd always go, Mem Redstone. And it just caught on. It just really did. Yeah, and so speaking of Max, yes, Shoe is still being produced, he says. Interesting. Oh. Okay. I had no idea. And he said, I just found it on Comic Kingdom. There seems to be a problem with the main website, and they haven't published anything on the Facebook page since 2024. Oh. Oh. Okay, so they have a Facebook page too.
All right.
Let's see. Mr. Peterson, I think Scott Adams showed the industry how the future of comic strips will evolve. Even Burke Breathed is now on Patreon. If you have a following, people will gather where you are. Yeah, true. So, yeah, Scott Adams. Dang.
Yes, Burke Breathed, the guy who did Outland and I'm drawing a blank. Oh, it's one of my favorite strips too. With Opus.
Oh.
I'm a total retard when I figure out why I have a brain freeze on this.
Oh crap! Opus. I know that name.
Bloom County.
Yes.
Retard. Yeah. So Mike. Yeah. So he did. So Burke Breathed. I met him once. Seemed like a really nice guy. I was a punk, stupid kid at the time. Yeah. So one of the two strips that we liked a lot when I was in college, yeah, one was Bloom County, which is really funny, and Calvin and Hobbes. I think Calvin and Hobbes still holds up. I think it's still a brilliant comic strip. Burt Breath had stopped doing Bloom County, and he did Opus, which is just based on the Penguin character, and I think it was just a Sunday strip from 1989 to 1995. And yeah, Burt Breath had a comeback, and he was doing those strips online, but I didn't like it as much as when I was like 19 or 20 years old, because I'm not 19 and 20 years old again, and like a lot of potty humor, and then a lot of potty humor in the strip still. So yeah, it didn't keep my interest. But back in the day, yeah, when I was a young punk kid, yeah, I used to like Bloom County.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Oh God, you know what? Now I'm trying to remember. Man, other strips.
Oh, there's a lot of crap. Because see, that's the problem with these syndicates. Like, did you keep doing the same old crap over and over again?
Yeah.
You know, Hagar the Horrible. Like, Peanuts is great. You know, it's good that they didn't replace Charles Schultz after he died. That was his request, that they didn't replace him.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's Beetle Bailey, Hagar, High and Lois, Dennis the Menace, the same sort of crap that they've always put out. So these syndicates, they don't care anymore. And, you know, again, I've mentioned this before, but I had a really good close friend of mine. He works on a very popular comic strip. And yeah, we talk about this stuff all the time. And yeah, they don't care about doing anything new. And syndicates have no money. Newspapers don't really sell. So
what's wrong with Hagar the Horrible?
Well, it's the same old stuff, though, right? It's the same stuff over and over again. I mean, when I was 12, I liked it. You know, but again, I'm not 12.
Well, no, I suppose.
You know, and they keep making this, and that's one of the things that one of the reasons why Bill Watterson stopped doing Calvin and Hobbes is that the daily comic strip just kept getting smaller and smaller, you know?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, yeah, it does kind of make sense after a while, you know. I mean, if you're repeating the same old jokes.
It is the same old stuff, but I mean, you even said yourself, and I'm the same way. Like we don't read comic strips anymore.
No, we don't.
But there was a time when comic strips sold newspapers, but like the newspapers are dead for many reasons. Like one of it is like when I want the news, I go online and I have the news instantaneously. I don't have to wait 24 hours to read a newspaper.
That's true. Yeah, because it's there instantly.
100%. Like who wants? This sounds stupid, but yeah, who wants a day old news? You know, it's just like, you know.
No, you're right. You're right, though.
It's true, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Scott Adams, like I was listening to most of his, you know, morning coffee with Scott Adams almost every morning. I wouldn't watch the whole thing because he would go on for a couple of hours, and you know, I liked his politics. He was very much an atheist up and supposedly towards the end there, and yeah, he got canceled because he was posting some stuff on Twitter, which the Marxist feminists didn't like, and he was just saying common sense stuff.
Yeah,
I think probably like about like Black Lives Matter, and then they canceled Dilbert, and like I never read Dilbert, but
I did on occasion. It was pretty good.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, you know, people say it was funny and smart, and you know, I'm sure it was, and Scott seemed like a funny and smart guy, and he seemed like a common sense kind of guy. So yeah, I mean, you know, the news of him having cancer, and you know, even back then, like around the springtime maybe of last year, yeah, the doctors were saying that he probably wouldn't even survive past July, but yeah, he kept on kicking, and you know, he's kind of stubborn, and he didn't want anybody to give him medical advice or advice about, you know, religious things. But yeah, towards the end there, yeah, I guess, you know, according, you know, he had Christian friends who wanted him to become saved and become a Christian. And he said he was going to, and supposedly he did. And I hope that was certainly the case because he seemed like a smart guy.
Yeah, he did. You know what? I was actually quite surprised that that, that he went on Alex Jones a few times.
Oh yeah, how was
Yeah,
that?
he did. It was interesting. I mean, I didn't watch the whole entire thing, but I'm like, but he was again, he was commenting about, the state of how things are in the United States, and he didn't like what Obama was doing or Biden, what they were doing and stuff like that, and about how a lot of things were going against the fundamental principles of the Constitution and everything like that. And uh, yeah, and allegedly, not allegedly, but apparently he was streaming on YouTube pretty much straight, and talking to people on YouTube live. I guess I didn't even know he had a YouTube channel.
Oh yeah,
Um, yeah,
and Rumble
yeah,
and Locals. Yep.
and apparently near the end he gave his life to Christ.
Yeah,
And
he said he was going to
that's it.
convert, and he said like it's a win-win for him. Yeah, if he
Yeah.
wakes up in heaven, that's a good thing. I hope it was just genuine. I guess I don't want to sound too cynical, but
No, 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 and I totally get what you're saying. So yeah, because
because
you
he's so
hope for the best,
adamantly not Christian,
right?
you know.
So yeah. Let's see what's oh yeah, good point, Spidey. So he says you can't light your wood stove with the internet, Al.
Wait, hold on, what? I can't what?
well,
Oh,
well, you can't light your wood stove with the internet.
true. Well, I have a lot of wood in my area.
That's a good. Yeah, but if a newspaper gets delivered, then at least you got a bit of fire starter and kindling, I
Sure.
suppose.
Yeah, but do you know
You can make paper logs.
do you know anybody who reads a newspaper anymore? Like, I don't think I know anyone.
No, I don't. I don't.
No.
No, I haven't. I mean, I know that in this small town, um, there still are paper boys that deliver the newspaper, which is pretty cool. I think that still goes on because I remember when I was a kid for years, I delivered the newspaper in St. Andrews, and had a paper bag, and took my bike and my dog. Uh, Took him out every morning. My big Saint Bernard, and I had a radio cassette deck that I'd put right in front. So and early in the morning, I remember getting up 6 o'clock in the morning delivering newspapers. So the newspaper truck would come around early in the morning and drop off the bundle of newspapers. Come sleet or snow or rain or anything like that. It's kind of like the post office creed.
Supposedly.
And deliver newspapers in the yeah, right, and deliver the newspapers in the morning, and it's nice to see that kind of still goes on, at least in this town. But no, I don't. You know what? Honestly, I I look for newspapers. I do. I have one newspaper actually right in front of me, and only because of a certain story that happened. What was it back in November about the Carstairs creeper, which was kind of funny. Kind of creepy, but kind of funny at the same time. But sometimes I will just literally go out of my way to find a newspaper, just so I can use it for stuffing if I have to ship something. And that's basically it. To me, it's stuffing for packaging and stuff like that. That's all that it is. Max Redstone says, "Yeah, comic strips were married to print media forever for too long. It was almost deck change on the Titanic situation. No, that's true. Yeah, because once print media goes, yeah, comic strips go with it. And you're right. It's you know, nobody's gonna know, anymore what the funnies were, or as we used to call them when we were kids, the funnies in the back of the newspaper and stuff like that. Nobody's gonna kind of remember this stuff, after a long time, unless there were historians that keep all this kind of media. Yeah, and John, yeah, even in the end, Scott only went out as Christian as a way of hedging his bets.
Yeah.
Typical Scott, loved him for it. Yeah, maybe, it's like, well, I better do it just in case. Well, you better do it genuinely, though, if that's the case. So, Pop Culture Republic, Scott Adams on Alex Jones. Okay, I remember the quick scene he had on Babylon 5. Was he on Babylon 5?
Who was on Babylon? Alex Jones or
Scott Adams?
Really? Wow.
Was he? Or Pop? Who are you talking about? I'm sure you're talking about Scott Adams. I'm pretty sure you're talking about Scott Adams.
Was it Mike?
But
Was Mike on Babylon 5?
He was on, I wasn't. I know that.
I don't know.
That'd be interesting. In Max, yes, it's right. On the occasion, I forget you're Jewish, but nobody's perfect, right? So, I mean, me, not remembering. Jew here. Someone asked me if I was ready to take Christ into my heart. My response was, I'm not sure. Is Christ a cardiothoracic surgeon? Well, that depends on how I answer that question. I could say yes, or I can say no. Literally, no. Yes. Supernaturally, I suppose you could say.
Well,
yes.
If you read
depends on how you go.
If you read John's Gospel, the 3rd chapter of John's Gospel, when Nicodemus, who was a Pharisee, came to Jesus in private at night, Jesus explains to Nicodemus that you have to be born again to enter the kingdom of heaven. Unless you're born again, you cannot enter the kingdom of heaven. The whole inviting Jesus into your heart thing isn't biblical, and it's part of what I call easy believism, which isn't really Christianity.
Scott Adams was so it was Scott Adams on B5.
That's cool.
Okay. I'm gonna have to look again.
It's got to be on YouTube, but I've never even watched Babylon 5. But I also did not know that.
Oh, it's a really good story.
Oh, is it?
Oh yeah, it's a really, really good story. I didn't watch a lot of the last season. Just mainly the episodes with Bruce Boxleitner. Lidner. I always mess up his last name. And Mr. Peterson, yeah. So accepting grace depends on what form of Christendom you adhere to. Doesn't have requirements for sincerity. It all depends on what form you take. I don't know. See,
we should go
I would say
what the Bible says. I think we should. If you're a Christian, you should go by what the Bible says. Yes, I understand what you're saying. Like there's denominations where, if you bow your head, you raise your hand, and you say a magic prayer, then you're suddenly saved. Or if you get baptized and within a certain denomination, you're saved. But none of those are biblical ways of salvation. Salvation is repentance and belief, and we're saved by grace through faith and being born again. That is conversion.
See, Pop Culture Republic is on it. He posted the link, the B5 link. There we go. 30 seconds long. So, and Max is correcting my enunciation. So, Boxleitner. I really hope I'm pronouncing that right. Littner. Boxleitner. Littner? Is it long E or short E? I don't know. Whatever. Bruce. Captain Sheridan. That's how I'll refer to him as. Exactly. Yep. Babylon 5 was one of the best sci-fi TV shows ever made. True.
Oh, all right. Never saw it.
Absolutely true. Yeah. No, it really, really is a good storyline. So if you got spare time, yeah, we'll check it out. So, let's see what parts of the Bible.
So
Then
yeah, so John,
there's a lot of inconsistencies within it where you take it in its entirety, and
what? Well, I would recommend.
okay,
Right,
Bruce Boxleitner. Okay, Leitner.
Lightyear.
All right,
Got it.
I get it.
Yeah, so I would recommend reading about being born again. I would read the third chapter of John's Gospel, like I had mentioned.
Yeah.
So that would help you out a little bit about that.
And and Max again. Jill here. We're of the Old Testament. Saul, not Paul. Sorry to stir the pot. No, you know what? You're not stirring the pot, dude. You're not. It's
Nope.
again. It makes for good conversation. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, and so, and John, yeah, some interpretations require that you live a good life, not that you have to worship. Some require you to sacrifice a newborn lamb. Well, yeah, but as Christians, you're not under Old Testament rules. So, and others say it's impossible for humans at all. No, it's not impossible, because if it was, then what would be the point of being created in the first place? So, and we're not under Levitical rules as Christians, and on top of that, we weren't called to do the exact, or told to do the exact things as the Jews do, because God made the Jewish be unique and separate. That's why he set them apart, right? Because he made a deal with Abraham, and that's how they were supposed to distinct themselves. We don't have to do the same things as them, and that there is another way.
Well, I like
And
that.
you know what? And okay, and living just a good life is, well, it's not enough.
But who?
You're called
But
to be a
who's
bit
good?
more.
By whose standards of good are you good? Like the
not
Jews
one.
had the temple. No, not one. We all fall short of God's glory.
Yes.
There is no temple anymore. There is no animal sacrifice anymore. Right. There's, the animal sacrifice was only a temporary thing. So the Messiah took our place as an atonement for sin. So he is our sacrifice. So anyone, if anyone's I've had Jewish friends before. Orthodox and sort of Reformed Jewish friends before. To any of my Jewish friends, I would recommend reading the Tanakh. Specifically, read Isaiah chapter 53, and then let me know who Isaiah 53 is talking about. But to find out how good you are, look at the moral law. Look at the law of Moses and see how good we are. Like, none of us are good. Like, we've all broken God's law. And there's nothing we can do to fix that. So that's why we need a sacrifice in Christ Jesus, in the Messiah. Now, if that doesn't get people upset, I don't know who will.
Well, only stark raving mad leftists. So I shouldn't say it like that, but I can't help myself, because it's just funny that way. And that's also why I post those, learn the Bible in 24 hours kind of thing. So, and that's why I say it's not your typical they and them and thou and boring churchy kind of thing. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I like Chuck Missler. I mean, I think I've mentioned this before, but I have an audio CD. I gave a message on the Daniel chapter 9, where he's writing about the anointed one. So in Daniel's, so half of the book of Daniel, the second half is all prophecy, and he prophesies the coming of the anointed one before the destruction of the temple in 70 AD to the actual week of when the Messiah should appear, which is all wonderful. So I like the writings of Daniel. I'm a big eschatology, end times kind of guy.
Yeah, me too.
Absolutely, yeah. Revelation. Well, a lot of people look at Revelation. Revelation is great, but I would study Daniel, Isaiah, Ezekiel chapter 38, 39. Isaiah 63 talks about the Messiah coming out of Edom, and his garments are covered in red because he's battling all these people, the armies of the Antichrist. Psalm 22 talks about the crucifixion of the Messiah. His hands and feet are pierced. They cast lots for his garment. Micah chapter 5 talks about the Messiah being born in Bethlehem. Isaiah 53 is all about a suffering Messiah. Zechariah chapter 14 talks about conquering Messiah, as does Ezekiel chapter 8 and 39. So yeah, I would encourage everyone, Christians, Jewish people, to read some of that, especially Isaiah 53. Just like it's one of those chapters that a lot of Jewish people are told that they are not allowed to read, and I think there's a reason for that.
Yeah, I think so too. It's good stuff. So yeah, so if you guys want to, and all I'm saying, you know what? Hey, like, how should I phrase this? Because I want to phrase it very carefully. Okay, if you don't want to believe, that's entirely up to you. It's not up to me to force you to believe, and I won't force you to believe. However, I will say, check out those videos because they are really interesting, and something about it might pique your interest. Because I'll say that the New Testament is in the Old Testament concealed, and the Old Testament is in the New Testament revealed. And because on top of that, with those videos that I have, if you happen to be a member, you can watch all of them anyway, straight away, or that release every Sunday to the public for everybody to watch. Like I said, it does use actual historical, does have historical knowledge to fall back on, and on top of that, science. And you got to believe the science, right? So, at least proper science. So,
there was I used to live in a community that was very close to a large Hasidic community. I had a guy come in and work on my dishwasher once, and he was a Hasidic Jewish man, and we got to talking about things. And I'm like, I asked him, like, have you ever read the Tanakh? I didn't say Old Testament. I said the Tanakh, and he's like, no, we just study the Torah, and the Torah is like the first 5 books of Moses. The books of Moses, the first 5 books of the Old Testament. He's like, no, we just read the Torah. It's like we read the Torah from the beginning to the end, and we go back and we read the Torah. I'm like, well, why don't you read the prophets or the rest of the Tanakh? And he's like, well, it's so confusing to figure out. It's like, how do you know what they're really talking about? So I'm like, well, why don't you just read Isaiah 53 and get back to me? So, I mean, I don't know if he ever did, but it just seems very clear.
Why not? Let's see here. Okay, now I want to.
There's also this perception amongst Jewish people that the Bible is written by a bunch of Catholic Italian Gentiles, but that's actually not true. I mean, the Bible is actually a Jewish Middle Eastern document. I had a woman, she interviewed me once. I was at a signing around the time that Sword of Eden came out, and I was at a comic book convention in a town not too far from me, and she was writing an article for the local paper, and it was really nice. So she said some nice things about me, which I sort of appreciate. And then she wanted to do a further interview with me, and she's a very sort of nice Jewish lady, probably kind of reformed and stuff, and we started talking during the interview, which was never published by the way, because the paper went out of business, about the Bible. And I told her, I'm like, I said, Jewish, like Jesus was born Jewish. All his disciples were Jewish. Every hand except for that of the hand of Luke the Bible was written by Jews, like Luke was the only Gentile who wrote anything in the Bible. And she's like, the Bible was written by Jews? And I was like, yes. like every book of the Bible except for Luke, written by Luke, and Luke's Gospel, written by Luke, who was a Gentile believer, were all written by Jewish people. So, but a lot of people aren't told these things.
No, it's like, how could you not know this? I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I know Jewish friends, and you know, they're told certain things, you know.
Like a vault, it was written by Jews. What are you talking about? I had no idea this was a thing.
I mean, I started when I left the church that I left in last April, like a little bit before Good Friday. A friend of mine started a Bible study, which is recently has grown a bit, which is really nice. And I made this analogy, like, because and some Christians actually might know this. There's this sort of metaphor about Jesus and the church, and that Jesus is the bridegroom and the church is the bride. It's this interesting analogy of, you know, the Messiah, Jesus, and the church. But the way it's usually explained is that the bridegroom, Jesus, goes away and he prepares a place for his bride, the church. That's a very Jewish wedding. It's like,
it is
historically Jewish weddings, yeah. Like you're betrothed to somebody, and then your husband or soon-to-be husband, it usually takes a year or two, goes away and he builds a home for you, and then he comes back for his bride. And that's a very Jewish thing. And the relationship between Jesus and the church, described in that fashion, is a very Jewish way of looking at things. So I sort of pointed that out at our Bible study this past Thursday. I don't think everybody liked it.
Max, I wonder if you've done that when you got married out there, Max. Did you go out and prepare a home for your lovely wife?
No, that is a tradition. That
I know.
No, they don't.
Max knows I'm being funny with him. So,
although
Jewish? If he did, Max is Jewish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, really cool guy.
I mean,
no, I'm just wondering if Max did, not just to be funny, but you know what? I don't know. I would like to be pleasantly surprised if actually Max did.
Right.
Yeah.
All right.
No, I'm just saying. Right. So, let's see. Okay, I just read. Oh, see, there you go. Look. Okay, I just read Isaiah 53. Wow.
Oh, all right, excellent. Read it again.
There we go.
Yeah, who's that all about?
Memorize it.
Yeah.
Memorize it, my friend. Yeah. It's quite interesting.
The Bible,
and I'm not saying that there's a conspiracy within like with Jewish rabbis or anything like that are keeping the truth away from Jewish people. I'm not saying that was I'm not. Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe there is. I don't know, but it's just interesting. Why have some rabbis told their congregation, no, don't read it?
I can very much answer that. But Max, also read Psalm 22.
Is that the one that?
Well, my God, why have you forsaken me? My hands and feet are nailed. Lions surround me, or wolves surround me, and they're casting lots for my garments. I mean, that is a prophecy of the crucifixion. I would also read what else? Well, if you really want to get into history and sort of like try to take a quiz, I would read Daniel chapter 9, where it prophesies the timing of the Messiah. He's referred to as the Anointed One, and how he's cut off, and then it happens before the destruction of the temple in 70 AD. The sanctuary shall be destroyed by the people of the prince who is to come. Make a reference to the people that the Antichrist will come from. So the Old Testament is wonderful. I'm really into prophecy. So Ezekiel chapter 38 and 39, I would read that as well. Zechariah chapter 14, read that. Isaiah. So I'm glad you read Isaiah 53. try Psalm 22 and Ezekiel chapter 38 and 39 and Zechariah 14, the last chapter in the book of Zechariah. It talks about the coming of the Messiah.
You know what? And this is why I like all you people that are in the chat. And, you know, for the particular reason, you know, because none of you guys, how should I put it? None of you guys will, you know, poke a joke.
They're very respectful. So
yeah, exactly.
I appreciate that. Especially when I go on
exactly. So you know what, and just know this, that obviously, because you guys obviously, you know, whether you're watching on Rumble or on X, I'm gonna have to see how many people are watching on X, and you guys here on YouTube, you know, commenting away. I'm just gonna say this, because obviously none of you guys are stupid. So don't think that I'm, you know, that I'm talking down to you or, you know, whatever. I just say because some people may not know. Some people, you know, will just, you know, some people will know, right? To some people, it'll just be like, huh, I never knew this before. So, you know, and others may already know anyway. So it's not like, you know, I'm just trying to keep it general. with you know what we're talking about, what we're saying and stuff like that, right? Because you know, you guys are smart, you guys can all figure it out, and you know, and most of you already know that, how should I put it, that there is a difference between, you know, religion and a belief in God, you know, or believing in Jesus. So there, you know, because religion is I suppose for all intents and purposes man-made or man-run, you know, and men are obviously, you know, and when I say men, I mean mankind as a whole, are fallible, obviously. Duh. I mean, come on, guys. You've seen Hollywood. Need I say more? I mean, honestly, you know, and yes, you know what? And I'm going to say this as well. Some of the televangelists on these, you know, quote unquote Christian networks, I'm going to tell you this, some of them are going to hell. I'm going to say that very bluntly. Some of these people, they're going to go straight to hell. And you can what's the word I'm looking for? You can you know, you can say that you believe in Jesus. You can say that you believe in God. But I tell you what, you aren't going out and you aren't helping the masses out there like Jesus said you should be, feeding the sick and clothing the homeless and stuff like that, then you know what? You ain't doing shit. I'm sorry. Because most of these televangelists out there, you know, that's religion. That is religion right there. You know, if you're flying around, let's say like people like, I don't know, like Creflo Dollar or what was it? What was that other guy? The one in Texas.
Kenneth Copeland.
Kenneth Copeland, thank you. Yes, that guy. You know, flying around in private jets and stuff like that. Yeah. These kind of people, that's religion right there. Yeah. You know, the Pope. I'm just going to say this. Yeah, I'm sorry. The Vatican, the Pope. Yes, and I'm going to be, and I'm sorry if you guys are, you know, some of you guys are Catholic or whatever, but I'm just going to say this. If you're living fat off the people, then you know what? Then you ain't doing nothing for God, for the kingdom of God. I'm just going to say that, right? And some of you may unsubscribe me right now. Or unfollow me or whatever. I don't care. But if you're going around and saying that you're doing God's work and you're leaving people behind like that are homeless, that are hungry, that are starving, that do maybe need medical attention and they can't pay their hospital bills or anything like that, then I'm sorry, your religion, right? So because it's like what Jesus said in the New Testament, you know, when the rich man you know, came up to him and it's like, you know, what do I need to do to inherit the kingdom of God? It's like, well, basically, and I'm paraphrasing, obviously, he's like, leave your stuff behind and follow me. And he couldn't do that. right? Because those riches were more important to him on on a earthly level, let's put it that way, than than his own eternal soul. So, you know, and this is why I hate religion, but I'll follow Jesus. Jesus, a belief, a faith in God is not religion. Saying that you speak for God, or I know what God wants in your life, that's religion. You're supposed to, all of us, and it doesn't have to be about the Bible. All of us should be like the Bereans and search out what the truth is in any matter, right? Doesn't have to be, just the Bible. I mean, and we tend to do that anyway. We try to find out what the truth is when it comes to, like, certain subjects or certain media that we're presented with. And it stands no less with learning the Bible as well. You should read it instead of taking somebody's word for it, because, as we all know, you should keep a hard copy, because things get changed over time. And this is what I was going back to, what I was saying about, when Al here was asking me about, let me zoom in here to that gun. 2 Corinthians 10:4, okay? And asking me what that was all about, right? Because and I mentioned I don't want to read the New International Version, the NIV version, and Al probably remembers me saying that. And there's a reason why, because the NIV version is produced through Zondervan Publishing, and Zondervan Publishing is owned by the Murdoch family that owned Fox,
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
right? Yeah. And Zondervan Publishing also produces and prints the Satanic Bible.
What?
I'm serious.
Really?
Yes. And there have been changes to certain verses in the NIV version. So, but anyway, you know what? Look, I just I don't want to say that, I don't want to start making it sound like, I'm bashing one religion or another or anything like that. It's not about that whatsoever. It's not about that. With me, and I'm sure it's the same thing with Al, because like he mentioned, months ago he left a church that he disagreed with,
Sure.
and right on him for doing that. It's about searching out what, and I use this term a little loosely, but searching out what absolute truth is, and especially when it comes to the hereafter. I noticed Canadian Spider-Man has gone silent, so no, I'm not picking on you, Spidey. So, and I know that can be very hard to do. And you know what? And I know I should be drawing as I'm talking right now, but but there are, and I know a lot of people use the excuse that, oh, it was written by men and men are fallible and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, but if you knew what was going into the writing, and maybe Max knows a little bit of history here, because he can probably verify this a little bit, that that if a rabbi at the time was like writing out the Tanakh or the Torah, if even a little teeny tiny mistake was made, the whole entire document was destroyed, and you'd have to start over again. So it's not just by, written by a bunch of dudes that over a few thousand years decided to, put on the biggest, say a hoax, but, the biggest Ponzi scheme that you could ever come up with, because there's a a lot of things in the scripture that happen, and this goes over thousands of years of writing it all down. This would be the most elaborate gotcha moment in the history of gotcha moments, and it's not that, because little tidbits. What is it? It's a matter of kings to search out. Was it mysteries, or God, I'm trying to remember how that goes again. Anyway, there's really interesting stuff that is hidden, and if you take the time, you can find it. And this is what this comic is also about. So, which goes back to my initial assertion of interpretations. Says John. Okay, and Max says, "Wait a minute here," because I'm catching up on the chat again. Because I'm not that babbling is a bad thing sometimes. However, my origin is in the conservative movement, and I've noticed that many times that the material studied in each synagogue depends hugely on the rabbis. Well, and that's the thing, right? It's we take it that it's open to interpretation. Yes,
It's not.
it is, but it has to be the right type of interpretation. You can't come from it from no. I want to word this right. Right. It's not man's interpretation. It's how Godding it. This is God's interpretation of what. Basically, this is what God's saying, and He has the final say. It's not up to reinterpretation by man. God will interpret what He means by, sometimes other things that He'll say in Scripture. This is what I'm talking about things. I worded that entirely wrong.
All right. So,
But I'll take over.
all right. So, I'll start from the beginning of what Mike was saying. So, Mike's criticism of some of the evangelical people on a network like TBN, who I've had a history with, that some of those guys, Joel Osteen, Kevin Copeland, Jesse Duplantis, they're part of the Word of Faith movement, the prosperity gospel movement, the name it and claim it movement, where God is some sort of genie that if you just say something, God will make it happen. The Bible's clear that God will answer prayer, but it's His will, and it's for those who love Him. Jesus said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life." That seems to make a lot of sense to me. In the book of James in the New Testament, the half brother of Jesus wrote that we should be doers of God's word and not hearers only, which I think I see a lot a problem with that a lot within the church today, where they like to read the Bible, but they don't do what the Bible says. I think God has made His will clear on things. So yeah, I think we should read the Bible and do what it says. There, as far as the authenticity of the Bible, we have the Dead Sea Scrolls, which were found in 1949, I think, in a cave in Israel. There was like thousands of scrolls, and they had all the books from the Tanakh, the Old Testament, except for the book of Esther. And all those scrolls predated the birth of Jesus by 300 years, up until like 100 years before the birth of Jesus. There was one entire scroll of the book of Isaiah, and they compared the Dead Sea Scrolls to the modern day Bible, and nothing has changed. In regards to the New Testament, we have writings of early church fathers. And when I say early church fathers, I'm not talking about the Catholic Church. I'm talking about people like Polycarp. We have 2 letters of his, and he was a student of the Apostle John. We have Irenaeus. We have a lot of writings of his. He wrote a book called Against the Heretics. So Polycarp had a student, Irenaeus. He had a student by the name of Hippolytus, and we have his writings as well. And so we have writings of all the early church fathers where they're quoting from the New Testament, and nothing's changed. And if you believe that the Bible is true, one, it hasn't changed, and you know who God is. It's not just like some book that has some wisdom in it. If you're a born again, Bible believing follower of Christ Jesus, the Spirit of God changes you, comes upon you, and makes you a new person, and it's spectacular. And God has made His will clear to us, but not everybody understands God's will, and that's where we have a lot of problems. So, yeah, that's one of the reasons I left the church that that I've known the pastors for like 18 years or so. They were just saying and doing things that were unbiblical, and I had enough. I had a couple meetings with them, and then I had nowhere else to go but to leave. So I was seeking hardcore, serious Christian fellowship and Bible study, and that's what I started doing with a friend of mine, and that's wonderful, and I very much enjoy that. In regards to Zondervan, I never knew that stuff about Zondervan before, Mike. I never heard of that stuff. It's fascinating. When I started working on the Sword of Eden graphic novel, like a while ago, my initial idea was to get a Christian book publisher to publish the Sword of Eden, and I was talking to Zondervan, and one of the reasons why they passed, maybe I can say this. One of the reasons why Zondervan passed on the Sword of Eden graphic novel was because they don't believe that Jewish people need Jesus.
Wow.
So they said that that plot point in the Sword of Eden would upset certain people. So
come on.
That's
really?
what they told me. That's what they told me. And I went to Zondervan specifically because at the time they were publishing Christian manga. So like, that might be a good fit for me. But yeah, it ended up happening, which is fine. I'm very much happier to self-publish and not have an editor tell me how to write and draw my stuff.
No, exactly right. Max says there have been several reports regarding the convenience Christianity phenomenon, which has led to mega churches. Oh, yeah. And a very interesting element is that while engagement and attendance was high, more organic and important factors such as spiritual fulfillment seem to be lacking.
Yep.
Well, yeah, exactly. See, because most of these mega churches, they're run by what is it? There's a department within the United States, I think so, that I want to get this right because I just recently heard this information a couple of months ago, and I did not know this, but it explains so much. Yeah, that there's some sort of governmental agency that kind of like monitors churches or something like that across America, and kind of like how in China, you have to kind of like you have to keep the preaching of the Bible. It's very government sanctioned, right? You can preach about this or you can talk about this from the Bible, but not this or that, right? And it's kind of like the same thing under this weird governmental organization within the United States government that apparently churches, I don't know if they have to be a part of it or if it's or they can be a part of it or something like that, but apparently it's the reason why you have a lot of quote unquote liberal mega churches like the Olsteins and Copelands and Creflo Dollars and what's her face? God, trying to remember what her name is. But anyway, not that it's important, but yeah, because there's there ain't no meat on those bones to fatten you up. It's just basically a feel good message, and that's why, yeah, like what you were saying, Max, those important factors like spiritual fulfillment is lacking because there's nothing there's nothing spiritual talked about. It's basically, like I said, it's a feel good message. That's all. You're just getting pablum when you should be getting protein. So,
Well, so the Apostle Paul commented
that's just me.
a couple of these things. One is, I think it was the Church of Corinth that
Right.
Paul was scolding for still drinking milk but not eating meat, that they were stunted young Christians who should grow spiritually. Another thing that Paul wrote about was that in the end times, people will be ear ticklers, that the church will want to tickle the ears of the congregants and just say nice things. And I think that's what Mike is referring to. It's not surprising that Joel Osteen has a stadium full of people as part of his so-called church, because all he does is say nice things. The Bible doesn't always say nice things.
Yeah.
Even to Christians.
No.
Read the book of James. I mean, that's a very convicting book. Read the Gospels. Jesus said to his disciples, if the world hates you, remember it hated me first. He said, if you love me, you'll follow my commandments. He said, if you want to follow me, pick up your cross daily and follow me. And the disciples knew this. They knew what it meant when Jesus said, pick up your cross and follow me, because that means death. Mike also talked about the rich young ruler who's mentioned at least twice in the Gospels. And yeah, so this rich young ruler came to Jesus. Jesus is God in the flesh, so he knew exactly what was going on here. And the rich young ruler said, good teacher, what must I do to enter the kingdom of heaven? And Jesus said, well, why do you call me good? Like, only God is good, which I find that very interesting. And also the rich young ruler, like I said, he said, what can I do? Well, not a whole lot, So Jesus said, keep the moral law. And the rich young ruler said, yeah, I've kept the moral law my entire life. And then Jesus said, well, yeah, sell all your stuff, give the money to the poor and follow me. And Mike is right that the rich young ruler did not want to give up his riches. He didn't want to give up his stuff to follow Jesus. Jesus knew where this man's heart was, and he loved his stuff more than he loved God.
Yep, pretty much. And John, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna get to some of this some of the stuff that John was saying, because I'm doing more talking than I should be drawing.
Also, it would have been nice to have Tom here for this, because he would have a very different perspective on these things than Mike and I.
Yeah, pretty much.
But he would be very nice about it.
Yeah, of course, because Tom is always nice about that. That's right. You know what? And that being said, I got to say, Tom, if you happen to be listening in at some point, I got your shipment in the mail, and I got all those comics, and I want to say thank you very much, buddy. I really, really appreciate it. And your present. You know what? I'm gonna have to do this a whole lot better. Yeah, I'm gonna be sending your thing soon in the mail, so don't worry about it, dude. So if you happen to be listening, yeah, gonna be doing that. Let me see here. Yeah, because there's so many. Spider-Man, I wonder if God believes in us. Well, yeah, because hey, he did create us. See, the thing is, what we got to remember that that most of us are. Well, you know what? I shouldn't say most of us. I'm gonna say probably, maybe all of us, maybe all. Where we've listened to too many of the wrong people over time. And we have our minds cluttered up with what the Bible is, or what Christianity is, as opposed to what it really stands for, or what it really is, right? Here, I'm just going to get into this quick, okay? Because John's typing up a storm here. He said, yeah, with the amount of in the Vatican, they sure could cure all homelessness and starvation the
Sure.
world over 100 times.
100%.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. And they totally could. They totally could. Then let's not get started on all the religious secrets being kept by the Vatican and the Jewish government could change their face irrevocably. Well, exactly, right? Because there were like several books that on purpose they left out, right? Which is called, obviously the Apocrypha. Which just goes back to my initial assertions of in reputations. Let's see. Constantine determined that what went into the Bible, his advisors threw out whole gospels and then went so far as to destroy them if it didn't follow their narrative. Well,
No.
maybe not Constantine, but I heard the Vatican did.
The Council of
Right?
Nicaea.
As
He's referring to the Council of Nicaea. Constantine did not make Christianity the religion of Rome.
State.
What Constantine did was he made it that Christianity was no longer illegal, because the Romans were tying Christians up to poles and lighting them on fire as candlesticks. So Constantine just said that it is okay for Christianity to be a religion within the Roman Empire. It was no longer an outlaw. It's the emperor that came after Constantine, whose name I can't remember right now, who actually made Christianity the official religion of Rome. And that was the beginning of the what some might consider to be the Roman Catholic.
The Holy Roman Empire. Yeah. Let's see. Not only from a human perspective, but it was edited by humans with political narratives. No, I'm not. I'm not going to say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. And then the first Bible was reinterpreted by different people over time. King James, anyone? Yeah, but at least when King James wanted it because of the Reformation into English for the common man to read, at least great strides were taken in to keep the validity and accuracy of the translation. Now, of course, there were certain words where they tried to get the closest, how should I put it, the closest English representation, because language is limited, depending on distance and borders and stuff like that most of the time, especially then, because let's face it, we're still, I don't want to say inventing words, but coming up with new words for new things, every once in a while. So anyway, sorry.
We have early manuscripts of the Bible in the original Greek.
Yes.
So you can, if you want to know,
the Septuagint.
We have the Septuagint, correct. So the New Testament was mostly written in Greek. So except for probably Matthew's Gospel and probably Hebrews. They may have been written in Hebrew. We're not quite sure, but we have early Christian manuscripts of the original Greek. So all you have to do is look at the interlinear translation of the Bible, which is in the original Greek, and just compare it to the English. A good resource for that is the Bible Hub or BibleHub.com. They have all the different translations of the Bible, including the interlinear, which is the original Greek. So I would recommend just reading that if you have any concerns about the validity of the Bible. And also St. Jerome translated the Greek New Testament into Latin. So we have a history of the writings of the early manuscripts of the Bible. So there's no contradictions, no changes, no major problems. And like I had mentioned earlier, how we have the writings of the early church fathers who quoted the Bible. We can even look at their writings to compare what the Bible is today to that, as well as to the Septuagint and the early Greek manuscripts that Mike had mentioned. So there's no differences or problems going on there.
Nope. And Max, you got to get going, so not a problem, dude. You have fun watching your game, and thanks for coming by. I appreciate it, man. So, and go enjoy that pizza, that succulent pizza. Yeah. So, you know what? It's great having fun like this, talking about all this kind of stuff. You guys are fantastic. You guys are great.
For now.
So, um, so yeah, don't. What I'm trying to say is, don't go by what a lot of people are saying. Or what they think they know, because you know what, 5 times out of 10, they may be wrong about something. And oops, wrong button. Yeah, do your own research. Do a deep dive. You should. It's it becomes far more interesting than what you may think.
Well, if Mike's saying that, don't necessarily believe what your pastor says or a TV evangelist.
Yeah.
I agree with that 100%. I think it's important that people should read the Bible. I think, and have discernment, pray for understanding, and read the Bible yourself. Whether it's the Old Testament, the Tanakh and the Torah, or whether it's the New Testament. Yeah, just read it on your own and see what God is telling you. See what God has told us. And when I've done that, when I was going, because I started going to church on a regular basis as an adult, like in the early 2000s, and I've gone to 3 different churches, I guess, during that time, last 20 some odd years. Sometimes I would hear stuff at the pulpit, and I would read the Bible. I'm like, it's not what the Bible says. And after a while, I've had enough of that craziness. So you need to hear the Word of God, read the Word of God, and do what the Bible says.
Due diligence. There you go. Nothing wrong with that. See, and this is why I said, yes, and also go Bears.
Yeah, that's in the Bible.
So, yes, I'm assuming this is NFL stuff, football stuff.
Yes.
So if it is,
yes.
Okay. Well, see, I don't watch football.
I don't either.
I used to watch a lot of baseball.
I
don't even really watch.
But you guys call football though, right? You don't call it. You call soccer and football in Canada.
Yeah.
Unlike the Europeans.
Unlike the crazy Europeans at the time. Yeah.
I did.
Yeah, I mean, because I know soccer as soccer, or foosball, which is literally football because you're using your foot.
Right.
And I don't know. And to me, football is football, CFL, NHL, football, pigskin, So
you're almost American.
Exactly. Just a few little things here and there, and well, I mean, I'm just gonna say, because I live so close to Calais, Maine. I'm just gonna say it. I'm pretty much already Americanized anyway. So, because public television. See, and Canadian Spider-Man, who hopefully still is in the chat, which I'm thinking that he is. He lived in the Gondola Point area, which is pretty close to the United States. Maybe a little over an hour away from the main border. PBS. So and then later on with cable, you get Americanized American channels. So we were. I'm gonna say are pretty much partially Americanized, but only because of Maine. That probably includes Tom. Yes.
Excellent. I like him.
Yeah. There we go. See, it's not so bad then. Well, I mean, I lived so close to the border, like I mentioned before, right? And and near Calais, Maine, and um, we only really had one radio station in the area, and God, I'm trying to remember what it was called. WKFJ, WK. I think it was WKFJ in Calais, Maine. And so every Saturday it was American Top 40, and you know, and that's
Casey,
right, with Casey Kasem.
there you go.
This is Casey Kasem, and you're
Yep.
listening to American Top 40.
Yeah, I used to watch that on TV.
Yeah. Oh, was it on TV too?
Yeah, but it wasn't. It was only a half hour, so it was a lot quicker, I think. Oh, maybe it was a
Okay.
half hour on the radio too. I don't know.
Oh no, it would have gone on for like longer on the radio. I know that for sure.
Because he didn't always play the full songs. If they've been on the charts for a while, they might just play a snippet of it.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah. So, because usually a whole typical show on the radio, that'd be like 4 hours, man. Because I know I remember it coming on maritime time, which is 1 hour more than Eastern, because it came on at noon. I'm pretty sure it was noon in New Brunswick, and then it would go on for like 4 hours. So I'm sitting there like literally glued to the radio for like for like 4 hours, listening to Casey Kasem, and this is American Top 40. So,
So,
man,
so
I
for the
love it.
TV version, they would just play the videos.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, see, because I didn't know that was on TV. So
Yeah,
American Top 40. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
I mean, that was a time when there were music videos, and a time right before when MTV came around and actually was music television.
Yeah. Right. Now MTV is no more.
It's
So,
not really. Yeah, that's my understanding.
yeah. It shut down. So, or
Yeah,
not
'cause-
broadcasting anymore or something.
yeah. I think I think the idea was that the last few music video stations for MTV that was still in Europe was closing shop. That's my understanding.
Yeah.
But yeah, 1996, 1990, I think, yeah, late 1996 and early 1997 when I was working for MTV. Yeah, they had MTV and VH1 and there's something else. And it was all owned by Viacom at that time.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Crazy. It's can't imagine why they would go off air.
Well, I mean, I remember they started a reality show. What was it? I can't remember the name of it. In the late 1980s with the teenagers. They were all living together in New York, and then that was really the start of reality TV. And The Real World.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
That was, from what I can remember, was the first reality TV, and
wow.
that was on MTV. And then reality television really took over for a while, and now it's streaming. So it is interesting the way things change in regards to not only the content that we watch and or read, but how we get that sort of content. So in that regard, I'm very fascinated to see where this all goes to.
Yeah, it's pretty weird, isn't it?
It's very interesting.
Yeah. And Pop Culture Republic, you got to get going too. Not a problem, man. It's all good. So you have yourself an awesome day. Let's see. In Canadian
Should've came
Spider-Man.
on.
Yeah, I should have. But I think I know what's going on with the whole internet deal thing. If I have more than two people on, then it starts to get like all kind of like, combobulated.
Oh, really?
Internet-wise.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that's what's going on. Yeah, it's really weird.
Because right now you're fine.
Yeah, perfectly okay, right? Then by that line of thinking, there was no way to have more than one entity that could. Okay, well, that's an entirely different conversation of what's going on between those two. So, yeah, exactly. Borders have a hard time blocking radio waves. No, exactly. Yeah. you, you, you can't stop the transmission, Mal.
I love that movie, man. I'm a huge Firefly fan.
See, you know exactly what I was saying.
I love that film. I'm like one of those guys. I mean, if I ever get geeky about anything, it's Firefly, because you know, in the late 1990s, mid 1990s, yeah, I like Buffy. Angel, I didn't get into until like the last season, but when Firefly was coming on, and I like Josh Whedon, I liked his writing.
Yeah,
and then he was going to do like this space show, and it aired on Fox like out of order, and I think one of the problems is because they aired it out of order. That was a problem because the original pilot
that was just dumb.
2 hours,
yeah.
So it was like episode 3 they put on the train job, and I couldn't tell if I liked it or didn't like it, because it's kind of like Han Solo. Like if there was a show with Han Solo and he had a spaceship and a crew of like 9 people, excuse me.
Yeah.
It's about that and set in like the old West somehow. But after I watched maybe the second episode that came out, I just fell in love with it. And it was really the characters. Like when I got over the fact that this is not Star Wars, it's not Star Trek. Like in Star Trek, like this, like these planets that Firefly would visit, like the Enterprise would just fly by that planet with no regard whatsoever. So
yeah, exactly.
It's
the Wild West in space.
It is, and it's more character driven. So I fell in love with the show because I really love the characters, and I think that's a huge part of storytelling. Where if your audience loves your characters and feels what's the word for invested in what happens to your characters, I think you got a good story.
Yep, totally. Unfortunately, now Disney owns it. And Real Weight Nation Gaming, how's it going, man? So I won my YouTube appeal. Dude, your case. Excellent. Awesome, man. Good for you. You're beating the system. No, congratulations. You know, it's good. It's good to see you know, wins here and there and everywhere. So coming around. So I'm glad, man. Good for you. What was it about again? Remind me. Because I can't remember, because there's so many details floating around here and there and everywhere about, you know, people losing cases and stuff like that. Tell me what it was about again. Canadian Spider-Man says, I'm still here, and we were Americanized by MPBN and radio. We were basically American influenced. That's why the first thing Canadians say, what is Canadian, is we're not American. Insecurity. It's true.
I try to be nice to my
It's so true. Thank you. So he said, you'd have a hard time convincing cultures who'd honestly believe. Oh, okay. So that's a Mr. Peterson and him conversation. Yeah, because we were totally U.S. Influenced in New Brunswick. Totally 100% were. So, you know, because we had all this American media that we were being, I don't want to say indoctrinated with, but pelted with, basically. Pop Culture Republic says, LOL, one last thing before stepping out the door. Al, how you feel about Firefly is how I feel about Babylon 5. Later all. Again.
Oh. So he drops the mic and he leaves. There you go. All right. Nice.
Exactly. Yeah. Classy. See, he's always classy that way.
No, I can't comment on Babylon 5 because I've never watched it.
No, it's really good storyline.
Isn't
it's pretty epic in its own right. Yeah, it is. Let's see. KK killed the Star Wars star. It says Railway Nation Gaming. Yeah. God, don't we know that? Star Wars is just basically a joke now. It's not even worth watching. God. Well, I should correct myself. Star Wars Visions season 3 was pretty good because it's Japanese animation oriented all over again. Andor was pretty good, season 1 and 2. So I like how that ended, and I liked Rogue One, and the first 2 seasons of Mandalorian. Season 3 was kind of like, you know, that kind of reaction. But the rest is just garbage. Book of Boba Fett, didn't like it. Especially the Power Rangers on Vespa flying scooter things. So, and Mr. Peterson, yeah, the collection of Firefly is one of the greatest travesties of all time. I gotta agree with you on that. Yeah, totally. And he says, I'm still mystified as to why we don't have an animated Firefly.
There is. You know
That'd
what?
be that'd be
Someone did
interesting.
something. Someone did something several years ago. He's an animator.
Really?
Steve Byrne. He did an intro. It's on YouTube of a continuation of Firefly. He also did an intro for Buffy as well. I don't know. Let me see if I can find it. But
You know
it's
what? That was one of the shows that I never got into was Buffy.
Well, it's making a comeback. They're doing a continuation of Buffy. It's going to be called Buffy New Sunnydale. I'm not crazy about the name. But yeah, so Sarah Michelle Gellar is returning as Buffy. There's going to be a new young Buffy. Josh Whedon is not assigned to the show, mostly because people hate him now.
I can't imagine why.
Well, I don't know. That's a huge can of worms right there.
Oh, God, tell me about it. I know, right?
Somebody did do a Firefly. Again, he's an animator. I think his name is Steve Burns on YouTube. It's like a continuation of Firefly, like a new trailer. It's absolutely amazing. Yeah. I thought I had a link for it somewhere.
Oh, what disappeared? Something disappeared on me. Okay, there we go. I'll have to check that out.
I'm going to see if I can find it.
Okay.
Might take a little while.
No, that's fine.
But you never got into Buffy. Buffy's a little different.
No, I never could get into. I don't know, Buffy. I mean, I knew obviously there was a movie.
Movie was terrible. Has nothing to do with the TV show.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Because then that's probably it then. At least for me, because I thought, I heard the movie was like, pretty damn cheesy. So probably that's why.
Like even Josh Whedon.
Who was in it again? It was like what was it? Luke Perry.
Yeah, Luke Perry was in it.
Yeah.
I think what's his name?
And some young woman. I can't remember who it was, but yeah. So I don't know.
Yeah, Josh Whedon wrote the script for it, but then the studio just took over, and it was not his vision of what he thought Buffy was. So when he had the opportunity to do the TV show, he was hands on with that.
Okay.
Pee Wee Herman was in that too.
In the movie?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
No, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Unless I remember. That. But yeah, they allude to the story a little bit in the beginning of. I found it. Stephen Byrne. Oh, it's 39 seconds long. I'll try to stop it before the audio goes on.
No problem.
I like Buffy. It's kind of the weird thing about Josh Whedon is that he's kind of a liberal kind of fellow, known to be a huge feminist, but when all these allegations came out about him, where women cast members were criticizing him for abuse, I'll say, that he was totally canceled.
Yeah, because you definitely don't hear from him anymore.
So, no, I remember before they did the Wonder Woman movie, he was attached to the property before I can't remember the director's name who actually produced the show, but yeah, he was writing a script for Buffy, or not for Buffy, for Wonder Woman initially.
Oh, okay.
He was on Fanboy Radio. He was interviewed by Fanboy Radio, which was fantastic. And he's talking about Wonder Woman and Buffy, and he was writing why is this stuff not safe? He was writing the Buffy comic book, which I thought was really good. Yeah, so there's the link to
Okay.
the it's 39 seconds. It's a trailer to the Firefly, which I think I'm going to go watch now, so I'm going to have to turn my mic off. It's so good. It is so good.
John, yeah, let's give it a year. Yeah, now that KK is left. So you guys, yeah, Wade and all of you. Yeah, you know what? With KK gone, but then again, everybody said that now. Okay, yeah, so I'm going to take this. I'm going to share that link in the chat with all you guys. So if you want to go ahead and check that out after the show is over. So, yeah, I definitely got to check that out. I like Firefly. Love Firefly. It was a really good story.
Yeah, I just watched it. It's fantastic still. But you can't eat that stuff. Is that an issue?
What?
So you can't EFAP things. Is that the problem?
I don't know.
I'm just asking. I'm not.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not telling you.
No, that's fine. Spidey says, yeah, I'd like to see more Firefly in any format. Yeah, well, definitely. There you go. Check the link out. I saw some art that showed the Firefly crew done in Disney style animation.
That's
like
it.
Well, you know what?
This
is it. That's the link that I just put in there. So check that out then.
Yeah, Stephen Byrne also did some Superman animation, and he did a Buffy trailer as well. They're
nice.
Really great stuff.
Yeah, COC is right. If you dropped an alien stranger into Holton, Maine, wait a minute, I'm gonna bring that up. Okay, COC is right. If you dropped an alien stranger into Holton, Maine, they wouldn't be able to tell you if they were in Maine or New Brunswick without reading signs. Probably the same for an Albertan. It's true, though. It's true. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference because, you know, like the trees are the same. It's like almost like the roads are almost the same pretty much. It's like really weird. And, and it's just the signs are different. That's pretty much it. It's kind of weird though, and maybe only because I spent like most of my time while I was in Maine in Calais, Maine, like because it wasn't very often that we were going to like, you know, Holden or Bangor, Maine, Bangor. You know, then it starts. You know, for me, once you got out of Calais, Maine, things started feeling a little different. Like you knew you were in the United States, I suppose. While I was in Calais, it didn't feel that much. So only because, you know, as a kid we spent lots of times in Calais getting groceries there, getting cheap gas. So, you know, it was great. It was fantastic. And also as a favor to him, Canadian Spider-Man says, Gaylord Fauntleroy. Just wanted Mike to read that name. Well, I read it, so so there you go. Gaylord Fauntleroy. Yeah, I'm sure if I read that even quicker, it'll start clicking into my brain. So I'm just going to stop right there. And yeah, main highways are better with less potholes. To be fair, that's true. It is true. And FKHC, how's it going, dude? Memes incoming. I'm sure they are. So, go get your memes. The kind of memes that only FKHC can provide. Okay. Yeah. So, that was the one weird thing that I kind of learned a little bit later on in life, especially when it came to getting groceries in the States, especially in Calais, Maine. I kind of learned this a little bit later on that you don't buy chicken or the turkey in or any kind of basically any kind of fowl in grocery stores in in the states on account that they seem to be having a yellowish tinge to it. To which I found out by a guy that worked in the food industry, saying that the reason for that is because to fatten up chickens a lot quicker, they would feed him trace amounts of arsenic. So, which I thought that's not cool. That's very disturbing. So, um, yeah. So if you like chicken, you might want to consider getting it directly from a farm. So, or stop eating chicken altogether.
Do you not eat chicken?
Oh no, I totally eat chicken, but it's Canadian chicken, and we don't have that.
Oh.
So, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna say our food industry is 100% innocent. I'm not gonna say that whatsoever, because I worked for places like McCain's, for example, and I also know what has gone into foods. So, or how food processing goes. So, uh, yeah, it's a little bit of an eye opener.
Well,
So,
it seems like in Europe they don't have that, genetically modified food. I don't think that Europeans have as much artificial flavoring and coloring in their food, and it's very likely that Europeans also don't put growth hormones in some of their animals.
no, it would appear not.
No, I'm not being snarky. I mean, this is my understanding.
No. You're completely correct.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, no, 100%. I'm gonna do something different here. Let's see. Yeah, because there's a lot of stuff that is totally and 100% banned in Europe that definitely should not be in food whatsoever. So, which I kind of like now that Kennedy is doing something about it. I like
Yeah.
that. I like
Yeah,
that.
he seems very genuine when it comes to health in the U.S.
Yep.
And I think he's done a lot of good stuff, but maybe not as far as much that he wants to do.
Maybe.
Because he was talking about vaccines and implying that all vaccines are dangerous, so that we should not take vaccines, and that
Yeah.
vaccines cause autism in children. And then
Yeah.
when he came to the findings, like his findings was the idea was that when you vaccinate your children, you shouldn't do it all at once. The vaccine should be spread out. But that's not the same thing as saying that all vaccines are dangerous and that vaccines do cause autism. It's not exactly the same thing. So I'm a little
No.
confused
Exactly.
about, yeah, a little confused.
And Tim says, yeah, and some people don't wash their hands after taking a crap. Oh yes, especially a certain demographic of people that only wash and only use one hand for wiping, and well, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So, Canadian Spider-Man, MPBN famous host that looked like Orville Redenbacher. What was his name? Oh, I know who you're talking about too. Um, damn. Oh, that was like forever ago, man. Um, I honestly can't remember. Um, Jeez, I can't remember. I, yeah, and demonetized. Oh my god. Oh man, yeah. No, I'm hoping not. I'm really honestly hoping not. Not yet. And that being said, that's why you want to go check out the Rumble channel. The link is down below. So if you can, go join on Rumble. Because as we know, certain people get demonetized and get removed from the YouTube platform. Just go ahead and ask Midnight's Edge. So what happened to him? He got entirely demonetized after years and years and years of building up his channel. So only to get it taken away from him. So yeah, go check out the Rumble link. And again, if you happen to be on X, come and visit on this side, on the YouTubes, or on the or on Rumble, and and join in the conversation. So actually, there was one guy. What was it last week? That joined in the conversation on X. So, dude, I'm trying to remember because right now your name escapes me, but I know that you followed me on X. So thank you very much, and I appreciate it, and I hope you're watching again. So, yeah, go ahead and do that. So, let's see. Found this. Wonder if it's true. Marigolds are added to poultry diets as nutritional supplement because they improve meat quality and act as a natural pigment for enhancing the color of egg yolks. This is Canadian Spider-Man. I wonder if that's true.
I don't know.
Marigolds, really? Huh. Yes, and Collector says, yeah, the thing is that they spent all our tax money on yeah. More than likely, yeah. And Spider-Man, yeah, I bet that arsenic is involved too somehow. Well, this is only what I heard, like, like forever ago. So, and no, it's okay. You can go ahead and post that. You know what? And just because I'm feeling a little bit on the naughty side, I'm going to bring it up for everybody to see. So it's like recorded on video, and that you said it. And because if this is a good natural nutritional supplement, marigolds, then why not spread that free information around? So found this. Wonder if it's true. Marigolds are added to poultry diets as a nutritional supplement because they improve meat quality and act as a natural pigment for enhancing the color of egg yolks. So yeah, I wonder if that is true.
That doesn't sound too bad.
And it doesn't, because you would think that natural, like a flower like marigolds, is a good thing. But then again, I'm thinking also, not all plants are beneficial.
Oh.
So.
Well, we're going to eat them anyway.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to eat them anyway because we're not PETA.
We are not. You know what really bothered me? I actually called PETA when Biden was still president and Trump was running for re-election. And there was that stuff going on in Richmond, Ohio, where the Somali illegal aliens were going around taking people's cats and eating them.
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
They were eating the cats. There's video of people just going to other people's, like these Somalis going into other people's yards and just taking their cats and eating them. And there's one video, like one guy grabbed the cat, put his knee on the cat's neck, and then just brought it into his car. There was one recently. It was the Amazon delivery driver. This was like 2 weeks ago.
Really?
And yeah, it was recorded on the doorbell video. He dropped off a package. He saw the cat in the front yard. He went over to it and went to pet it, and then he grabbed it behind the neck and then took it away with him. So the
Wow.
Amazon driver, he was fired, and he said that when he took the cat, his window was down and the cat ran away and jumped out of the car, and he has no idea where the cat is if it's not really in his stomach. So anyway, so when the stuff was
See,
going on
why?
in Richmond,
Yeah.
Ohio, so I called
Right.
PETA,
Right.
and I called PETA.
Yeah.
I'm like, I read these articles on the Gateway Pundit about, in Richmond, Ohio, and like these Somalis are eating these cats and stuff, and they had no clue what was going on. They didn't hear about this stuff, and and it became like big news. So I don't think PETA is really genuine. I don't trust their real intentions. I know, how surprising.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Some people care. Like, if PETA doesn't care about that, then they don't care about anything.
Well, no, that's true. And yes, this is what PETA actually stands for: people eating tasty animals. Exactly.
Very good.
Yep, it is good. It's so good. Let's see. And John says, yeah, we also had clam shells. We had clam shells ground up in corn feed for our chickens to help eggshells. Oh, because of the calcium. I would think that would just be really, I don't know, uncomfortable to swallow. I mean, I know that, birds, they'll take, little pebbles to help grind up their food and stuff like that. But yeah, clamshells. That's weird, man. I didn't know about that. That's different. So I don't know how to react to that. That's kind of bizarre. Huh. But very interesting. Let's see here. What's going on here? Okay, so drawing. Time to keep on drawing. What else? Yeah, it's weird, bizarre. But no, I'm glad that at least somebody out there is wanting to do something about it. Like Kennedy.
Yeah,
So, and I really honestly hope he's genuine. So
I hope so too.
I definitely want to see that.
Because lately I've become very disappointed in people that I thought were on our side. Like, I don't think Kennedy's really on our side because he's a Democrat. But in regards to vaccines and health and autism, I think he is sincere, and I think he knows what he's talking about, and especially going through 4 years of Biden. Even the stuff that I think the Trump administration, some of the stuff, especially in regards to DHS, right? I think they're going in the right direction. At least they're not lying. Kennedy is not going to lie to us about the COVID vaccine. Let's say,
No, exactly.
Trump still isn't on board in regards to the harmful effects of the COVID vaccine. I think that some of that has to do with hubris. That's one of my criticisms of Trump. But yeah, I think Kennedy. I think Kennedy's genuine. I wouldn't vote for him as president, but for the job he has now, I think that's a good choice.
Yeah, I think he just really wants to solely concentrate on that job alone. I mean, good on him for doing that. Yep. So,
and it's not like he's a big fat slob or anything, too. So he's in good shape and he's a smart guy. Although I remember when he was in Congress, and he had an issue with painkiller drugs, with some sort of opioid, maybe. He got into a car accident. He was driving into the Capitol. He went through a barricade or something. I remember he had some issue with prescription drugs, maybe, or something. But yeah, it sounds like that's no longer an issue. So that's good.
Oh, that's good. So, yeah, because apparently, from what I've heard, especially on our side of things, what was it? It was something like basically our equivalent to the FDA. In Canada, they don't have to. They don't have to tell you if there's, this artificial 3D printed meat going into the food. So, and apparently, it was admitted that they've been doing this for a while. So, I'm like, oh well, isn't that just great? So, you will eat the 3D printed meat and you will like it. And I'm like, what the fudge, man? But why doesn't this surprise me coming out of this government? So, um, yeah, spooky stuff. Don't like it.
Yeah, there's a lot.
So
Like,
at least
yeah, I don't.
you got somebody on your hands.
Yeah, well,
that's willing to do something.
supposedly, like I know that Kennedy is very outspoken about artificial flavoring, artificial coloring, but he does want that to change. But my understanding that the changes don't actually start until like 2028. So what's really going on here? Like if this is bad for us, maybe it should stop now.
Yeah,
You know,
that's what I
why
would
are
think.
we waiting?
Like, right? Like, this should be at this point, a presidential decree, like an executive order kind of thing, no, we're gonna stop adding this now. It's gonna, this bullshit's gotta
Sure.
stop. And so I'm passing a presidential order, executive order, even. I'm saying, hey, food companies, stop putting this shit into our food. We don't
I
need
agree.
it. Like, why not just do
I
that?
don't know what's going
Go
on.
ahead and just, it seems very odd.
He
but-
did sign some executive order a couple of days ago in the White House for dairy farmers. I didn't watch the whole thing. I didn't really understand what was going on. I wasn't really paying attention. But evidently, yeah, he did sign some sort of. Sorry, I'm working at the same time as I'm talking.
No, same here.
Yeah, some sort of executive orders to help American dairy farmers. So I think that's great. Although the price of beef is still very high, so I don't know what's going on with that. That drives me crazy.
Well, because until the price of everything else comes down, I think I had a farmer kind of explain this to me once, because you have to take into the factors of everything else that goes into raising that cow, keeping it healthy, feeding it and all that jazz. I mean, yeah, sure, they're primarily in a field,
I got sidetracked.
chewing on their own cud of like about 50,000 million times over and over and over again. But I mean, there goes a lot into like raising and keeping cattle. So
Sure.
until those prices come down, then unfortunately, it's always passed on, right? So
Well, I mean,
let's see.
the price of fuel has gone down.
Yeah.
So since the price of fuel has gone down,
True.
some things have gotten cheaper, like eggs. Like you can buy eggs like the normal price now. So
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
but beef has not been affected, and that I find puzzling.
It is rather puzzling. Let's see what's going on here. Canadian Spider-Man, no. Comic Relief, my buddy, has a jerky chalking gun, and it's amazing. God. It's not a chalking gun. It's not a chalking. It's not a chalking gun. Okay, hold on a second here. I'm gonna bring it up because I tried to draw it as correctly as possible. Hold on, and I will tell you what that firearm actually is, because I wanted to bring something a little old school into this. It's gonna be part of the plot point, or part of the storyline that I kind of want to get into. This revolver is, hold on here, let me find the proper name. Okay. It is a Colt Army Model 1860. Okay. It's a 1007 G Civil War M1860 revolver. Okay. So let me bring it up here. I'm going to import an image. So, and I'm trying to draw it as well as I can. And because that is one of the things that I got to do, learn how to draw firearms properly. Let me put this up on top layer so you can see it clearly. And let me just blow it up. And hopefully I don't get nabbed on YouTube for this, because this is just for illustration purposes only. So yeah, this is basically what it is. Okay, so it is that type of firearm, and it's pretty cool looking firearm. It's not like a ordinary pistol or something like that. I wanted something to be a little unique. You know, looked a little bit different. So that's kind of why I got to modify it a little bit, so I didn't exactly draw it the way it should be drawn. So yeah, I got to get back on that and draw that properly. So, but yeah, so that's my reference. So I'm gonna have to change it up a little bit now that I've looked at it. Let's see. Tim says, yeah, you said chalk. Looks like an old school Civil War area Navy Colt. Yes, see, Mr. Peterson knows exactly what I'm talking about. So there you go. You know exactly what you're arms, dude. Break action black powder revolver. Exactly. So starts out she's gonna get some old gear, let's put it that way, because she's gonna be staying with her grandpa for a bit, and of course he's old and old school. So, and Tim is sending me a link for a for what he calls a hole puncher. Okay, I'm gonna click on that in a second. Give me a second. Yeah, because hole punchers are nice. Hole punchers are good. Okay, so there's gonna be where some of this, some of the old gear is gonna be a little bit cumbersome. Let's put it that way. And it'll be time for an upgrade, and especially on the sword as well, because I'm gonna make, for now, what she'll be carrying around is a arming sword. Okay, and an arming sword is kind of like a short sword. It's a little longer than some other short swords. You know, like somewhere's around, I think something like 28 inches, something like that, is what an arming sword is. And so eventually I want to switch up from that to some. She goes to an adventure in Japan. What I want to do is have the sword break, but there's going to be a reason, okay? And I want to take that arming sword, reuse the metal, have it melted down, and then make on a blade, which is relatively around the same length, right? Which is about 24 to 31 and a half inches, something like that, right? And, you know, sometimes they're longer, maybe 39 to 47 inches or something like that, right? So, you know, you got to have little plot points along the way, or that you're kind of thinking of, just to make the story interesting. So, so you know what? Okay, I'm gonna look at Wait a minute. Why hasn't my chat caught up? Because I want to see that link that Tim put into the live chat. There we go. Okay. Another idea for a hole puncher. Okay. First, I'm going to take a look at that Firefly link later because that's in it. Okay. FFAL from Wikipedia. Ooh. Fusil automatic, light automatic rifle. Ooh. See, I was thinking about using stuff like that. I like that. I was almost thinking about going something like an M4A1, a Colt M4A1. That's what I was thinking about later on. You know, to get into tougher bad guys. Oh, really? Okay, so taking a page out of Supernatural with a mythical old school handgun.
Oh, that's right.
You know what? Here's the thing. I've never watched that show. I've never watched Supernatural. I haven't watched Buffy the Vampire Slayer or Supernatural. It's just, I don't know. It's just something about the show, you know, I've heard everybody like rant and rave about it and talk about it and stuff like that, and you know, which is great. I've been, you know, no problem about it. But it's like when they start talking about like, you know, angels and or fallen angels and stuff like that, and I'm like, oh, that isn't accurate. So it's like, you know, because as much as some of my friends were like, oh, you got to check it out, you got to watch it, it's really really good. I just never could. So I didn't know that was actually a thing on the show. So honestly, Collector, you want something good looking and a little different? Well, on Sundays, traditionally, the sale of gold-plated MG13s is very cheap. As on Saturdays, a lot come on the market. Really? Collector, I want a gold-plated MG13 along with a sombrero. Oh God, no! That'll never come across the Canadian border. That'll never ever come across the Canadian border. Oh my God, gold-plated MG13. Oh jeez. Oh my Lord, that'd be awesome. And then Tim, yeah, if you watch classic Doctor Who, the unit stories, they have those hole punchers. Oh. Okay, I gotcha. Um, all right, here because this is another thing I was thinking about. Yeah, using later on. Hold on a second here. I'm going to bring it up. The M4A1 Colt. So, and yeah, I got to be a little bit careful because yeah, YouTube does not like, you know, pews, hole punchers on their platform. So I was thinking about that later on. So which I wouldn't mind. But again, yeah, I want to save that for bigger baddies later on, and stuff like that. So, but gold-plated MG13s, very cheap. I'm gonna have to go to Mexico at some point and get a gold-plated semi-automatic or something like that. Man, Collector, you're gonna have to show me some of these places. Jeez, man, oh man, I can't believe it. That's funny. That's hilarious. Um, yeah, when you're looking for a bargain, you can go ahead. Come to me. I show you where all the good stuff is.
Yeah, just make sure it doesn't blow up in your face.
Yeah, right. Part of me almost wants, like, even an AK-47.
Well, I wouldn't.
Not gonna lie.
No, I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't use an AK-47.
No, I mean, I know they're horrible guns that, like, jamming up, and
Yeah.
they really couldn't aim great or anything like that. But I don't know. It's just, to me, they look like a cool. It just looked like a cool gun.
Well,
Or maybe it was just because Hollywood just kind of because the bad guys were using it. It's I don't know. It's just, to me, it just looked like a cool kind of weapon.
well, yeah. So they were initially and probably mostly made by the Russians.
Yeah.
They're easy to use, but yeah, they jam a lot, and they might not be very accurate. But if you don't know how to use a rifle, an assault rifle in this case, an AK-47 would be the one of choice.
Yeah, the worst thing that you could use.
Well,
Yeah.
no, I mean, you have a lot of jihadis using AK-47s in the 80s. So yeah,
That's true.
I like the AR-15 assault rifle.
Yep.
Yes, that would be my weapon choice.
Your weapon of choice.
Not that I own one, nor because I live in the socialist state of New York and those things are not legal. So
Well, I live in the socialist country of Canada, and we can't have those.
yeah.
However, when Alberta becomes independent, then yes, we could if we wanted to.
So what's the timeline?
So-
Do you have an idea when that might actually happen now, or you're still not sure?
Well, okay. Here's the thing, because people are getting their badges now. Tomorrow, actually at 5:30, because there is petitioner training that we have to do. So, and I forgot that was actually tomorrow, so I had to send in an email reply, because that's technically tomorrow. And so the latest time that I could get in is 5:30. So tomorrow at 5:30, I have to take a little bit of training, and then after that, most of us are still waiting for our badges. To be able to say that yes, we are legal, and we get those through Elections Alberta. And then once we get our badges, we got to report what the badge number is, and then we can start taking signatures. And I know that in a few places already, in Alberta, there have been thousands of people.
Sweet.
Like, we're talking thousands of people. Oh yeah, here's the thing. Yeah, because I might as well touch up on the subject, because and Tim, yeah, thank you. I'm gonna check out. Oh yeah, okay. I remember that now. All right, thanks. I appreciate that, man. Okay, I'm gonna talk a little bit, I guess, about what's going on here in this province, soon to be / independent Republic of Alberta. It's this, yeah. So for the past couple of weeks, because last I mentioned, my wife and I, we went in for training, and went in for one of the rallies that was being done at the same place, and it was standing room only, and yada yada yada. A bunch of us already signed the petition, right? So what's been going on since then? There have been rallies going on in Calgary. I think, like, there's several of them going on in Calgary. I think one of them is like Bonneville. Red Deer, I think they're going to be having one soon. Anyway, if you happen to look on X, there's like multiple videos, but there are long, like we're talking insanely long lineup for literally thousands of people wanting to sign this petition. And I think the first one that happened in Calgary early last week, it was literally standing room only again, because they got speakers there. So it was standing room only, and there were still thousands of people lined up for about for several blocks. Several blocks. I mean, we're not just talking like, maybe, I don't know, like 1 or 2 blocks. We're talking 4, 5, 6, like thousands of people back to back waiting to sign this. And they still stayed in line even after, the guest speakers spoke. And they all waited in the evening to sign. And this is still going on, like literally everywhere. So it seems like everybody is signing this. And last week, I put a message on Facebook on Carstairs chat, and I was asking, look, if there is anybody, hey, I'm one of the petitioners, or we're going to be one of the petitioners. If there is a spot in Carstairs where somebody would like to donate in order for people to sign the petition for Alberta independence, then, please get a hold of me. And probably like out of the few, I don't know, like almost 100 comments, there were probably like maybe 2 people that were like, whiny, bitching and complaining, blah, 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 wah, wah, wah kind of thing. So it's picking up steam. There's no way to stop this, and it has the rest of Canada extremely nervous.
Good.
Like it has them. Yeah, it does. It is good. Let's see. Mr. Peterson says, you know what I realized? We don't hear much about the Yukon and Northwest Territories. How it did on Ontario. Yeah, you don't really hear a lot about them because they're pretty quiet, but they've realized now the bull crap that they've gone through with Ottawa, and it's mostly blue territory, and blue being technically, here in Canada at least, conservative. Getting much out of Ottawa whatsoever. So it looks like there are slight grumblings going on there. I think especially in the Yukon. And Saskatchewan, yeah, they've started their own Saskatchewan Prosperity Project, like here in Alberta, the Alberta Prosperity Project, which is the whole separation thing. So that's started. And he says, we also hear a lot about your push to separate, but how much pushback are you getting? Are you all getting? We're not really getting pushback per se. The only pushback that we're getting is just dummy liberals saying that oh, you're all gonna come crying back when you realize that it's not all that it's cracked up to be your own country, and and if you come crying back, we'll just say no, or or we'll just take pity on you and just we'll take you back, but under our conditions, kind of thing. Or a lot of them have gotten super extreme and naming basically everybody in the province as traitors to Canada. Especially one guy on X, what was it, something Joe. I forget exactly what his name was, but it's like, yeah, you're all traitors, and you should all be shot, and this is not what our forefathers died for. In World War I and II, and you guys are being
They
super
didn't die for
selfish, and
freedom
you should all be
and democracy.
right,
What are you, a retard?
right. Yes, he is. So,
Sorry,
but it's like,
says the American.
yeah, no, they did, yeah, exactly, says the American. But no, it's like, it's exactly what they died for. Duh. For you to have freedom, the freedom to do whatever you want to do, the freedom to, you know, be the master of your, of charting your own course and, your own destiny as a nation, kind of thing. Again, America, freedom.
Sure.
So that's hilarious. And then of course, the others that think that, yeah, you're gonna be really in trouble when America takes basically all your resources and your forests and your oil and take you over, and
But we
you're
have
you're
that
gonna be part of a fascist government. I know.
Yeah, says the fascist government.
Yes, right?
Unbelievable.
I know, it is so asinine. And I'm going to tell you what my parents actually said. It wasn't bad or anything like that, but and correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understand it, isn't most of the oil for Canada in Alberta, along with a lot of your agriculture? Yes. Yes.
Not for long.
Well, yeah, exactly. Not for long. I mean, it's basically Saskatchewan and Alberta for the oil. Okay. That's because maybe about 20 years ago, Saskatchewan really started drilling for oil. Like hardcore. So they're going at it too. So they got oil as well. And of course, like I said before, the largest potash mine in the world, right? Which helps with agriculture. So Saskatchewan and Alberta, because Saskatchewan is looking at separating too, we're basically the breadbasket of Canada.
Ukraine.
Just like you guys, you got your own breadbasket, and basically we are it as well. So, but we don't want pennies on the dollar for our oil. We're getting shortchanged, right? And because of the whole carbon tax thing that we have going on, essentially this province is being punished for producing what we have lots of, right? And it's like they're trying to drive the entire province on welfare.
Sure.
So, hence what we talked about earlier about Carney going over to China, and talking to Xi Jinping and the whole EV car thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, because they want to see Albertans starve and not give away oil, and that's why they try to landlock this entire province, right? So, and yeah, so John asked, so if I follow correctly, doesn't that mean most of Ottawa's GDP leave with you? What are they going to do for that money then? See, and this is what brings it back to what I was talking about with my parents last week when I was talking with them, because I was trying to tell them it's like all the money that that basically comes from us in equalization payments. That is Quebec, and then Ontario, and then the Maritimes, right? Here's what it is. It's basically all that money goes to fund every program that they do. It pays for, basically we pay for a lot of Eastern Canada's crap, right? all their programs, all their funding, everything else, right? And for 100 years, Eastern Canada, from Ontario all the way east, right? Ontario, Quebec, and the Maritimes, PEI, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, basically they see us as, as the money, the money makers, but giving it all to them, right? That's the way it's seen as. So when that money comes off, and this is what I explained to my parents, because my mom was saying last week, it's like, oh, you're not part of that, are you? And I'm like, yeah, of course I am. No, but she didn't mean it like oh my God, you're not doing that, are you? Yeah, it wasn't quite like that. It was more or less along the lines of, um, I don't know, like kind of like making sure, like she didn't quite know what to make of it, because here's the thing: if you live all the way in the Maritimes, way Eastern Canada, like New Brunswick, PEI, Nova Scotia, basically you really don't hear any news about what's going on here in Western Canada, right? Next to none. And the only news that you hear is what's being fed to you. See, and this goes into everything else that we've been talking about today, whether it was like, stuff like with the Bible, stuff with like everything else that we were talking about, like outdated print media, like newspapers and stuff like that. You're only fed what's given to you. And so what they're told is like, we're going to join the US, blah, blah, blah. But I told her, it's like, look, I'm going to set you straight. Because my wife and I we were at these rallies. We know what's going on. We're here. This is what's actually happening. This is not about joining the United States. This is all about getting rid of the rest of Canada and keeping our money here. So what ends up happening is, like, as soon as all those signatures are in, and technically to start a referendum, and I'm going to say it here, we need 177,000 signatures. We're not going to know the total signatures once everything goes into Elections Alberta, okay? And there's a very good reason for that, which I'll explain in a second here. Because all the signatures have to be in on May the 6th. Everything has to be signed. Everything has, all T's are crossed and all I's are dotted. And even if there's a mistake, and this is what we learned, any mistake on any of those pages, a certain algorithm starts formulating that, if there's a mistake on one page, then that mistake has to be, it's put into an algorithm, and then it has to assume that there's a mistake on every other page, right? Yeah. And so that name is, it's nixed, it's left out, and so it's a lot to get into, but it's like you have to apply that formula to like every page of every signature that goes in, right? So you want to keep it as accurate as possible, and as legit as, I shouldn't say legit, but you want to keep it as error free as possible. So, and the reason why they don't want to tell us how many signatures are going in, well, okay, first I'm going to say this. Yeah, we need 177,000 signatures for it to go to a referendum. Okay. If by chance they get, let's say, 1.8 million signatures, then they already know that the majority of Albertans want to separate, and it would technically be like immediate separation. Okay? And if it turns into immediate separation, every federal tax, every payment that has to go to Ottawa is immediately cut off. And then we end up with our own money. And then essentially we turn into another Luxembourg, like a North American Luxembourg, or, and essentially like Switzerland, neutral. We would have our own standing army, kind of like what Switzerland does, and Trump had already said that they would immediately recognize us as an independent nation, and through the UN, they would immediately recognize us as our own country. And then, therefore, under the UN guidelines, you can't keep any country landlocked for getting their product out to market to the rest of the world. So that would mean that Canada would have to open up a pipeline going at least to the Pacific to get our oil and gas to the rest of the world. And even if Canada stops doing that, Trump said, that's okay, you can go through us and we'll guarantee it. Then that would go all the way to at least Washington State and getting it out to market that way, guaranteed. So, but this is what I explained to my mom, and I said, any your pension payments that might end up being cut drastically. Any people on welfare, because all these billions upon billions of dollars literally comes out of Alberta. All these things that Ottawa throws out money for to the provinces.
Bye.
It would be extremely drastically cut. It would so be cut drastically. So I said, you really wanna get out of there as soon as humanly possible.
Well, that was my question. I didn't know where your parents
Like
lived, so I was curious to.
Well, yeah, they're in New Brunswick, a little outside of St. John.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So are they against the idea of Alberta becoming independent? But they have no attachment to Alberta.
Oh no, they're totally for it.
Oh.
Totally 100% for it. They just wanted to get the facts straight.
Okay.
So, as to what's happening and why is it happening and all that kind of stuff, right? Because for all they knew, this was about joining America, and like that's why I had to tell her straight. No, this is not about. This is not about joining America. So far from.
Does she not like America?
No, she likes America.
Okay. So
mom and dad like
Very
America.
good.
They just don't want to be a part of it.
Whoa!
What? No.
Raiders.
No, I'm kidding.
All right. So my other question is that I'm so confused. Like, when is there a broad timetable when this all might take place? Separation, independence, however you want to call it.
Well, because it's what a lot of people are asking right now. So what's the timeline? Well, like I said, if we end up with over a million, 1.8 million, they said if they end up with over 1.8 million signatures, then it's immediate separation.
So that's May.
So that would be May 6th. That all the signatures have to be in. They all have to be counted. They all have to be checked and verified for, so there's no errors, because these all have to be verified people that live within the province of Alberta. And Canadian Spider-Man, if you still happen to be in the chat, because Canadian Spider-Man mentioned, he wants to vote for this. He wants to be in Alberta and voting for this. And that's why I told him, I said, if you're going to do it, you better move now, because you have to be in Alberta. You have to switch over, basically in the province, you have to switch over your identification. That means like driver's license and, yada, yada, yada. You have to switch it over within 3 months. Right. And then once you've switched over, say like your driver's license from BC to Alberta, once you have your Albertan identification, basically, you are an Alberta citizen. So, but you have 3 months till you moved into the province, and you have, within 3 months to switch over your ID. then you're considered a citizen. So, and then I said, that being the case, then you can sign the petition. So, and I got quite a few people because Canadian Spider-Man said, yeah, I want to sign yours, and I'm like, good enough, dude, no problem. So Spidey, I know you said you were going to be coming here for checking out jobs. So, buddy, get your arson gear. Hurry up.
So in other words, you can't have illegal aliens sign your petition then.
Correct.
Oh,
I know.
they do it here.
It's but
They vote.
Where they pay your taxes. Wait a minute.
No, they take my taxes.
They take your taxes.
They take my taxes.
Oh man.
All right. So what if it doesn't automatically become separation in May? So you got to vote on it?
Yeah. Then we just hold a referendum. So and that's the question. Do you think that's literally the question? Do you think Alberta should separate and become our own independent state? That is literally the question that's on the for referendum. That's it.
And when would that happen?
Now. Essentially, that's why we're taking the names. So if, or no, sorry. Once we get the signatures, because like I said, it literally has to be over 177,000, and that's a cakewalk in this province.
Oh,
that's nothing.
Well, I'm just saying hypothetically, if that doesn't happen, then there has to be a vote, and then when's that vote?
I'm gonna say pretty much. Oh, that is a good question. When should it go to referendum? I'm thinking it would be fairly quickly.
Because you're assuming that it's just going to automatically happen. I'm just wondering if it doesn't automatically happen, when is the actual vote?
Yeah, I think if it doesn't automatically happen, you're going to see a lot of pissed off people in this province, and it'll happen pretty soon, like very soon after that, I imagine. So don't know exactly when, but yeah.
So Canada proper, do you think those in charge, like China Carney fellow, are they concerned that this might actually take place? Do they talk about it? Is it addressed, or are they just going to send in troops when they need to?
Yeah, that's a good question. I really couldn't give a damn about what China thinks.
China Carney.
Yeah, because I don't care. But China Carney, yeah. I think this is what's going to happen because Carney is Trudeau 2.0.
Sure.
And even though a lot of people think that that Trudeau was pretty dumb, I don't think he was really actually that dumb. He just sounded really dumb. Carney is, how should I put it? Carney is very calculated, I think, in how he does things. And I don't think he's an idiot whatsoever. I think he's very dangerous, to be quite honest.
That's worse.
And yeah, which is worse. Which is, I mean, considering what he said, that we're pushing full ahead on, a one world government kind of crap.
Yep.
Yeah, he's an extremely dangerous individual. So that being said, I would not be surprised that if he hasn't done it already, which I'm guessing he has, is he's going to be sending in people to disrupt a lot of things here. The whole false flag event kind of thing. Stuff like that, which doesn't surprise me whatsoever. Because because that's what those kind of people do. In situations like this, if they want freedom, then they will do everything in their power to squash it, and they don't care about your freedoms and and what you want. They
Screw your
don't
freedoms.
exactly, just like Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, I
Screw,
can't do it.
screw your freedoms. Screw it.
That guy's a piece of
But-
work. I can't stand
dude,
it.
yeah. No, neither can
Such
I.
a rhino.
Pretty much. But yeah, it kind of goes back to also what you were saying earlier. When you kind of figured out that not all Republicans believed in this and that and
Sure.
the other thing. So which is when you come to that realization, it is kind of scary in a way because you figured they believed in the American flag, mom, and apple pie, and all that kind of
Right.
stuff, right?
Yep.
And to find out that they don't or that they didn't, it's like, wow, you're just a bought and paid kind of shill, and I don't like you. But then again, it's like, what's the alternative, right?
Trump.
Well, no, yes, but I mean, say before Trump, it's like, well, you got to vote either Republican or Democrat, and it's like, well, I'm definitely not voting Democrat, so it's gonna have to be Republican because it's like the lesser of two evils kind of thing, right? So
Perhaps, but for me, like this whole realization didn't really occur until after the 2020 election, where Fox News already proclaimed that Trump had lost Arizona like a second after the vote. So, but it is shocking. It's eye-opening, but everything makes sense after that.
Mm-hmm.
That these people were not on our side. They're part of the same people that I dislike. They're all in the same group. They're all reading from the same script. They don't care about you. They don't care about this country. Yeah. So then it just totally makes sense to me. And then, so, we just got to we got to pull out all the weeds.
Yep. Pretty much. And John says, yeah, with Trump backing Alberta on this, if Canada sends troops to stop it, Trump would would likely offer assistance if Alberta asked for it. Oh, dude, 100%. 100%, because he said he would, on top of that. Because these people that are, putting up these rallies and whatnot, they've for months, I'm going to say since Trump got into office, they've been talking with this cabinet. They literally have. And Trump has our back, because here's the thing. Alberta doesn't want to give our oil and gas to China or anything else for that matter. We are that conservative as a province, right? We are that hardcore conservative as a province. We don't want to go into China. We don't want to go to any conservative. We don't want to go into any communist country, right? And we would rather sell it openly and freely to anybody that is not communist. So, like, a little over a year ago, Danielle Smith, our premier, aka our governor, so to speak, she went to Japan and Korea, and they want our oil and gas. They love our oil and gas, and along with a lot of our other products. So, yeah, if Canada was like, knocking on the door, and it's like, no, you know what? We know you're your own independent republic, but no, we're gonna be taking your stuff. No, I imagine one phone call would be all that it takes for Trump to just like, no, you're not picking on this little republic. We like these guys, and if
I'm sorry, you Canuckians, if you happen to pick on them, we're gonna have to drop one of those czar bombs on you, and we'll drop it on Ottawa. Make sure you get the message, stuff like that, which would actually be
But selling your oil,
damn.
like if Alberta does become independent, would an option be to sell your oil to Canada?
Oh yeah, no, totally 100%. We could.
I mean,
If we
at a
wanted to,
high price.
100%. Oh, of course, of course. I mean, it was even joked about that even if BC didn't want to join us in separation, they wanted to stay within Canada, which is totally their right. Nobody's debating that whatsoever. Because Alberta is rat free. You know, every truck that comes out of BC, because Vancouver and Victoria are port cities, and a lot of those port cities, they got rats. Every truck would have to be stopped at the Alberta border. Every train would have to be stopped at the Alberta border. It would all need to be inspected before it came across the border, and it would have to be quarantined and fumigated because no rat will enter into Alberta whatsoever. And unless, of course, then they could give us our pipeline that goes to the Pacific, and we may relax on those things maybe a little bit. So, we could probably do that for them. So, but it depends. It depends. If they're gonna play hardball, well, then we can play hardball back. But yeah, not gonna take the province isn't gonna take any more of that stuff anymore. So tired of basically being picked on by the bully, as it were. And no, it's time to end the abusive relationship that is Ottawa. And then, you know what, I could honestly say something like, live from the independent Republic of Alberta, or live from the new nation of Alberta, yada yada yada. So, ooh, Gap, I like that. I like that idea. Mike, you could be covered to Alberta Border Patrol agent. Oh my God. We've already been deporting people. We've already been deporting illegals. So, and John, I like that. I can see the Alberta Navy memes writing themselves.
The Navy? How does that work?
Exactly. Because we're totally landlocked.
Right.
Except for a whole bunch of lakes.
How do illegal aliens come into Canada? They have to come in by sea.
Well, or they're flown in.
Oh, all right. Well, there's that. Yeah.
And this is what's happening, right? Because we're getting our own stupid Somali equivalents into this country because, again, Carney is letting them in, and they're becoming citizens. Oh, and then what was it? A few weeks ago, they passed. I think it was like Bill C. What was it? C. It was either Bill C3 or Bill C6, where essentially it's this: that any newly arrived immigrant in Canada stays for 1,000 days in Canada, then their relatives, which could be living in, I don't know, Pakistan, India, wherever, basically, would automatically become Canadian citizens even if they still live there.
Yeah, so it's like a form of chain migration.
Yes, it's totally that chain migration. So, and it's like what? No, no, it doesn't work like that. No, but it doesn't matter. It's Canadian law, and so yeah, they've been bringing them in. Technically, I suppose, you know what, and if Tom, that'd be awesome, because I would love to hear his take about what's going on in St. John, because I know it's not going well in New Brunswick at all. Um, what's been going on? They're bringing them in on the eastern side of Canada, flying them in, whether it's into Halifax or into St. John, Moncton, or anywhere else in eastern Canada. Um, also into Ontario. Oddly enough, they won't do it to Quebec because Quebec doesn't like that kind of crap, and they've already written laws about that kind of stuff. Go figure. Um, and and then from there, you know, government basically hands them free money, and they put up these little incentives for companies to you hire an immigrant, we'll pay half of their wages, and on top of that, um, we'll give you a little bit of a tax break, and stuff like that, right? That's why we're ending up with so many freaking stupid Punjab drivers in this country, and in this province on top of that as well, causing so many freaking accidents. So, they end up moving here with assistance from the government, and but apparently right now they're getting extremely nervous, even those people, because of what's happening here as well. So, because they know there's a reformation going to be, or yeah, I suppose you can call that a reformation happening, where if everything is immediately cut off, if we immediately separate, then they don't get any government money. So we're finding out now that a lot of them are, some of them are trying to sue the government of Alberta, like a bunch of East Indians, and some of them are just flat out moving, getting out of here, because they can see that a lot of Albertans are serious on the separation thing. So, Gap says, I'm become a border patrol agent. I was talking into my phone. Oh, I could. I mean, I don't know if I want to, though. A border patrol agent. I mean, I could, but then again, like, next month I'm going to be 54. I don't know if I want that kind of stress. So, or maybe it'd be too mean to certain people trying to sneak their way into the country. I don't know. And you know what? I haven't heard from Vince in a while. So, if Vince isn't going to say anything, even if he isn't here, I'm going to do the safe thing here, and I'm going to save. So, yesterday, this was the rough of page 2. So I think I'm pretty much there. And this is not a final piece, so a little later on I'm gonna spruce it up even more, and do that. Oh my god. Jeez. It's a joke, Mike. Laugh, damn it. God. Fine. You know what? If I do, yeah, I could
I could use my Schwarzenegger type of talking, and then intimidate people. You know, they'd be giving up their drugs and hiding stuff immediately. It's like, I'm sorry, officer. I had no idea. I'm not supposed to be like, sneaking things into your independent republic. I'm sorry. Put me in jail now. God, you imagine a bunch of big, burly Schwarzenegger type of men as border patrol agents all around this province. That'd be hilarious. And thanks, John. Yeah. So far, so good. It looks great, he says. So thanks, man. I appreciate that. It's getting there. I know it's getting there. So I definitely want to work on this some more. So and make it look better than decent. I don't want to do this half-assed. I want to use my whole ass. So let's put it that way. But I thought, yeah, yesterday I'm going to work on this a little bit, and it's good practice this way. So, and then I don't know, maybe I'll work on this during the week. What looks like it's going to be page 3. So obviously, follow along, even though it's like messy little scribbles. You're gonna get a good idea of what's going to be going on with that. You know what? I'm going to leave that up so you can follow along. Or no, wait a minute. No, you can only do the page 1 or page 2, whatever. Anyway, yeah. Basically, what's the happenings? So I want to thank everybody that's watching on the YouTubes and on Rumble and on X. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that you guys still watching and all that. So, and for all of you other people that were here that were watching, you're probably going to drop by later on. And Vince, I haven't the faintest idea where Vince went.
Bed.
Vince he's probably in bed because he's all the way in the UK. And John, you're right. Never half-ass anything. Either whole acid or don't acid at all. That's right. Oh man. See, you can still be funny and not swear. So, and you can use the word ass because it's what you have, and it's also another word for a donkey. So there you go.
I don't think he was referring to a donkey.
No, I don't think so either. So,
so did you invite Tom or? Oh, you did.
I did. I sent him an invite. So I said, hey, if you wanna, here's the invite. So, there we go. Gap. See, that makes sense. Yeah, Vince has been deported. Oh man, yeah, he's stuck in Europe. He's oh Minushka, your father has been sent to the gulag, and all we have to eat is this turnip. Oh, Minushka, I haven't the faintest idea where the Vince has gone.
Poor Vince.
Oh, I know.
I did have something interesting that happened this past week, although I don't think it's going to lead into anything. I got an email from the CEO of Barnes & Noble about possibly getting the sort of novels in the Barnes & Noble stores. Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
So, I don't know. I think it's going to be unlikely. But what I did was, because they do sell not only just to readers directly, but to stores. So I did reach out to Barnes & Noble, and here's some advice that applies to many different things. When you want something done, the best thing to do is to contact those in power that actually can get things done. This is why I rarely, if I had a problem with my electric bill, for example, or cable or whatever, it's very rare that I'll actually just call customer service, because customer service, wherever you go, one is you might not even be talking to somebody in your own country. Another thing is that it's just a job for these guys. Like, they don't care about you. It's like,
No.
you know, their job is to answer the phone and get to the next customer. So it's like they don't really care what you want, what you're complaining about. So yeah, so I just sent an email to a bunch of the executives over in Barnes and Noble, including the CEO. And he sent me, so I'll just read it. He sent me, I was really surprised by this because this rarely happens. He said, hi, Al, you have included merchants in my email who will forward to the relevant good luck, James Dorn. So that was really nice. So hopefully the other people I had emailed in that email, they'll forward my information and request to the correct buyer at Barnes & Noble that handles sort of Christian graphic novels, if there is one. If I don't hear anything soon, I'll just email the CEO again and see if he might actually step in and try to move things forward. So, but we'll see. I think it's unlikely, but yeah, that was really nice. It's not often that a CEO of a company will get back to me. Like, I'm still waiting for David Zaslav to get back to me, but I'm not holding my breath.
No, probably not. No. So, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Although, I would be tickled pink if that happened. Oh my gosh.
Oh, it's not going to happen. When Warner Brothers, when the first time I had a problem with DC Comics paying me royalties several years ago,
yeah,
I did email the president of Warner Brothers, and that actually got things going. So that was really nice.
Oh, nice.
So, but yeah, that's my advice. If you want to get something done, contact those in charge that can help you to get things done, because they have more invested in the company.
Right.
Yeah, if you're a CEO, you want to make sure, one, that your customers are happy, and they want to make money for the company. They want to do business for the company. Yeah, customer service. Yeah, they don't care about you. They might sound nice, you know. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir, that you're going through this. But I'm here to help. It's like, no, you're not.
No.
But yeah, anyway, so we'll see what happens with that. That would be
money.
That would be a big deal if that actually does happen with Barnes and Noble.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. Jeez.
Yeah.
Let's see. Mr. Peterson says, "Yeah, good luck, Al." So, yeah, that'd be really, really awesome.
Thank you, sir.
You should approach also if you want to get the book into Canada, and I say that loosely. Yeah.
No, fine.
Indigo. It's kind of like Barnes. It's pretty much like Barnes and Noble.
Oh yeah.
But, yeah, Indigo. Let's see. Indigo. What is? Let me see if I can find the web address. Yeah, Indigo.
Because it'll be easy for me to figure out their email address. It's so easy to find out these corporate guys' email addresses. All you got to do is find out the format of their standard email. Go on LinkedIn, find out who's in charge, and then just email it. Nice and simple.
It's basically Indigo Chapters Coles, right? It's a major book chain here. So
that's one. Coles, really?
Yeah, Coles. Yeah, go figure.
That's a like a retail clothing company in the States.
Yeah, because they sell, some.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I know, it's kind of weird.
But you're saying they're a bookstore?
Yeah, they're a major bookstore.
Oh, all right, cool.
Yeah,
I had a hard time getting my book anywhere sold in Canada outside of having a distributor.
Yeah,
not easy.
I'll send you. Let's see. I'll send you the website in the private chat. So maybe there's a way to get a hold of corporate through there.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
right,
cool. it might help.
Yeah, awesome. Oh yeah, you're right.
Oh, that's right. Because last week, I sent you for Kodansha in Japan. So
oh yeah,
that was interesting. But you got a reply
I
from
didn't.
Kodacha America.
I got a reply from Kodanshu. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the company.
Yeah.
America. Yeah. So what they told me is that because I have no interest in joining a contest or anything, but I did like the idea of possibly getting the sort of Eden graphic novels translated into Japanese, for example, and sold in
Yeah.
Asia. I thought that would be kind of cool. So that was my intention with that email. But yeah, so the USA part of that company, they got back to me, but their sole job is to get manga from Japan translated to English. So they don't handle what I wanted to be done. So
Yeah. Oops. Wait a minute. Did I do this wrong? Yeah, it'd still be pretty cool though.
yeah, maybe I should follow up with them. We'll see.
Yeah, maybe.
So then you'd be no, wait a minute. Maybe I got a different idea. Let me think. Because there is there are churches around Japan that maybe that's a way to get around it. So because maybe trying to get in contact with a church in Japan and seeing if there's a way that you can get your comic that way into a Japanese audience.
That's an idea, because there's a Japanese manga bookstore chain in the U.S. I can't remember their name.
Yeah.
And I've emailed them a couple times, but yeah, we'll see. The Barnes and Noble thing, I like that idea a lot. So.
Yeah, that is a pretty good idea. Wait a minute here. Nope. Stop. Dang it. No, wait. Okay. I know what I'm trying to do here. It's okay. Dense focus lines. Let's see. Do I want to go dense? Okay, yeah, that might actually work. Let's see here. Let's see if this works. Yes. That's what I want to do. Okay, let me rasterize that layer. And then yeah, because I always believe that there's got to be a certain workaround. If you can't open a door one way, then try going through a window.
Mm-hmm. Well, sometimes no means no, so
True.
It all depends. Because like I was talking to Amazon Studios about developing the Sword of Eden into a show or something.
Right.
So and I was keeping them up to date to what I'm doing, but they told me that they're all booked up until 2028. So if something changes, yeah. So this is like Amazon Studios, because they're doing more Christian content. So they're doing like the House of David, which actually I am still enjoying.
Yeah, I gotta check that out.
It's not bad. I kind of, I saw the first season. I saw the beginning of the second season. I became a little disinterested, and then I just, went back and just started rewatching season 2 again. And, I think what got me was, sorry, I was just emailing something. After, well, I don't want to spoil anything, but a young shepherd boy by the name of David from the House of Jesse, from the tribe of Judah, kills a giant with a stone. So that happens at the end of, but it's not really about David. The story of David isn't about any of us. It's really about God. So David, God used David and a rock to kill a big giant. So at the end of season 1, that's kind of like the cliffhanger, and then season 2 starts off with what happens with that incident, and then there's a big battle, and then it gets into a lot of soap opera-y kind of stuff, which
really,
there's a lot of that in the House of David, and it's just like it's a little bit too much, So especially when they said there's going to be a 3rd season and that's it. I'm like, but there's so much more of David, like his life of, he's not even, well, I hate to spoil things again. Well, he's not even close to becoming king yet. So there's so much of his story to tell. Having it, I don't know how you can end it at season 3, the next season.
Yeah, I know, right? Weird.
But it is well done. I'll admit that.
Okay. All right. John says, maybe explore the military bases in Japan. We have plenty of chapels that have libraries on bases.
Right.
And he also says for sales, you'd have to speak with the base's exchanges.
Shipping costs would kill me.
Interesting. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I suppose it will. DJ Place, how's it going, my man? Nice to see you all the way from Singapore. Because it must be getting close to like maybe 6 o'clock in the morning or something like that. Yes, and DJ Play Nice reminds everybody that please make sure that your subscription is active and that the bell are set to all. That's right, because if you don't, you are missing out on a whole bunch of stuff. So nice to see you, and thanks for dropping on by, dude. I appreciate you, man. And let's see, and Gap says, I saw that Jack and the Beanstalk is about the giants that used to roam the earth. And he says, giants, the Nephilim. Yes, it is. It really, really is. It is a story about that kind of stuff. Kind of a little bit of a parody, as you were, and stuff like that. That Jack, Jack was a giant slayer. So, and it is because even if you look into it, archaeologically speaking. Because we've all recently, like I said before, I think it was like last week or maybe even the week before, that there were stories of like the Smithsonian grabbing and taking, the bones of these giants, never to be seen from ever again. And you would think that this would be kind of surprising some people, like what the heck would the Smithsonian kind of do that for? Well, Smithsonian, how should I put it? Smithsonian used to be about the world and taking a look at a lot of different creatures and animals and cultures and stuff like that all around the world. And I just clicked on wait a minute, did I click on the right thing? Yeah, no, I clicked on the wrong thing. Okay, anyway, Smithsonian has just been filled with leftist leftists, let's just put it that way. And anything that is connected with any sort of biblical narrative, it just needs to be put out like it's some sort of fire, right? I mean, by now a lot of people have just heard stories of, for example, the Kandahar giant, about what happened in Afghanistan with those military men that came across this red-haired, and it always seems to be red hair, this red-haired giant that killed the first squad and totally killing another guy on the second squad that went to go find out what happened to the first squad. And that body immediately got shipped out and never to be seen from again, right? So again, it's got to make you wonder why. Because there is a hidden history going on that the mainstream doesn't want you to know about. And because for some odd reason, it just seems to prove the Bible right. And they want to try to keep on, they want to keep their clutches in the power that they have right now. And it's all about controlling you, the ordinary people, everybody out there. Exactly, John. Remember my statement on secrets hidden by the Vatican and the Jewish government? See? Exactly. The Jewish government did the same thing because there was a guy out there, Ron Wyatt, that believes he found the Ark of the Covenant, which was basically, from what he tells, is on Golgotha, where Jesus was sacrificed. And it seems like from what Ron had said, there is a fissure because the earth trembled as soon as Jesus died. And he said that there seems to be a fissure that leads all the way down to where the Ark of the Covenant is in this chamber that has blood sprinkled on it. And now, allegedly, see, because you got to take this with a grain of salt, because I don't know if this is absolutely true. I'd like to think that it's absolutely true. But he said he had the blood tested, and it only had half the chromosomes in it. Which is rather interesting, because that would only be Mary's chromosomes. And I know that doesn't quite make sense because you get chromosomes from mother and father, but there was no father. So, again, very interesting. Well, this is what I'm talking about, right? This is why I take that with a grain of salt. So, and the Vatican, there was a guy, and you can search him out online. If the interview is still up, because the interview was many, many years ago, by a guy on YouTube, and I talked to him like years ago before we moved back out to Alberta. Nice guy, really nice guy. Called his channel's called The Forerunner Chronicles. Okay, and he had an interview with a guy that was ex-Illuminati, by the name of Leo Zagami, okay? And he had mentioned that in northern Italy, in a very unassuming place in the countryside, that there is a gigantic vault. And he said he's been in this vault. And again, take it with a grain of salt kind of thing, right? Because maybe the guy's out there putting misinformation. Maybe he is honestly telling the truth. Don't know. But he said this vault was like bigger than anything he had ever seen in his entire life. And everything in this vault was like wall-to-wall gold and treasures and paintings and manuscripts that have been lost to time, and nobody knows that this exists. And it exists under this little farmhouse in northern Italy in the mountains. So, yeah, there are people that are out there that are willingly hiding things from the people because, again, they think you're stupid or that you won't be able to handle it or anything like that. Or because these certain type of people have aligned with, for all intents and purposes, the forces of darkness. And they think that they're with the good guys. Let's put it that way. But yeah, there are shadow conspiracies going on. There are plots to keep the truth from people out there. So yeah, it's every government, and this is why I don't believe in religion. That's why that's not my bag. because I'm not going to say there's always going to be somebody out there to, not tell you the truth or deceive you. But let's face it, especially in this day and age, there's going to be a crap ton of people out there that are going to be misleading you. So, and Gap says, okay, yeah, I've been reading about a lost Tartarian empire, and that in 1776 was the reset and they erased everything. Maybe that's something they're trying to do now. Erase our civilization and cultures and start it over. Yeah, well, exactly.
The Great
right?
Reset.
And the Great Reset, exactly. Shouldn't it be more than the year 2026 with the AD and the BC timeline? Shouldn't it be like 6,000 something?
Yes.
Yeah, something like that. Yes, pretty much. So this kind of stuff, it makes you wonder. It makes you wonder a lot. So there, how should I put it? See, here's the thing. And maybe Al's gonna get what I'm about to say, because Al deals with comics and Al knows comics, and you guys obviously, hey, we've all watched sci-fi and action flicks, and and we talk about comics and movies and stuff like that, and so what I'm about to say will more than likely make sense to you, okay? Because I know, especially on Sundays, and there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, we do talk about, stuff that has been in the Bible, and and what some would call spiritual things and whatnot. But don't get what I'm about to say wrong, okay? I'm just coming from it from the same. I'm coming from it from the same angle, okay? But I'm gonna word it differently, okay? Slightly differently, okay? What we term as spiritual, okay? I don't want to say it's an outdated term, because it's not. It's really not. It's honestly not. But I'm going to say it's hyperdimensional. Okay? Like in the Bible, it says that obviously God inhabits eternity. Well, what is eternity? Okay? Because we think of, say, us having a lot of time on our hands, and it seems like time in itself goes on forever. Well, even in this physical universe, even that had a beginning, right? And we tend to think in a very linear fashion of something having a beginning and an end, right? It's like you draw a timeline on a chalkboard, like when you were in school, and and your and the teacher would be like teaching about the, like, say Alexander the Great and the timeline and stuff like that. Well, this is when it began and this is when it ended, kind of thing, right? And we tend to look at how we live as something that has a beginning and an end. But in the Bible, it says, that he who inhabits eternity, well, God technically would be outside of, this reality, as it were. And it's a place, this is why I said, it kind of helps to have a comic book mentality, but it's like outside of time and space. It's everywhere and it's nowhere. And if you're the one that inhabits eternity, And you got to think of it because we're told that God sees everything, and from that standpoint, if you're in eternity and you're looking at everything that you created, you literally can see everything. You are literally looking at everything, and you can see everything. If you're a hyperdimensional being, and it's not quite too hard to think about it because we've all read comic books. We've all read, like, say a Marvel comic book, and and we've read stories like say the cosmic stuff in Marvel, like with eternity and beings like that. It's not hard to imagine this, like say when one being is talking to eternity, like say, I don't know, like the Silver Surfer, and then all of a sudden like the background becomes white. It's because you're outside of reality. What is outside of reality? Don't know. But it's eternity. It's everything and nothing. And if you're outside of that, you can see everything inside of this, of here and now. And yeah, extra dimensional. It's hence the ability to think non-linearly, whatever. I can't pronounce non-linear.
Literal.
Why am I tongue-tied when it comes to linearly? Yeah, whatever. What Al said. So you're, and it's like the case of like what I mentioned before. Mr. and Mrs. Flat. We've all heard about Mr. and Mrs. Flat, and how they live in a two-dimensional universe, like basically on a piece of paper. Kind of two-dimensional that way, and and you could put your finger, say your three-dimensional finger, through Mr. and Mrs. Flat universe's universe, and it would just look like like a point that expands to a circle, and you could literally be millimeters, like a fraction of a inch away from them, closer than any being could possibly be. But still they cannot comprehend being a two-dimensional, character in a two-dimensional universe, can't comprehend a three-dimensional world like ours. And that's the same way. That's the same way. If you think of an extra-dimensional super being that is that close to you, and you don't even know it, or you can't even comprehend it, right? That's how close I think God is close to everyone. And you have absolutely no idea. And that's comforting, but also at the same time truly terrifying when you really think about it, that something can be that close to you, but also at the same time loves you that much because he knew you before you were born, and he took the time, for lack of a better description, to let you be here. And isn't that what makes you really truly special then? John also says, yeah, we understand the concept of non-linear. My God, why can't I say that word? Non-linear thought, but lack the capacity to do so. Exactly. In a higher dimensional perspective, they see all the outcomes of any situation at the same time. Sound familiar? Exactly, it does. Exactly. And Gap also says, does this sound weird? A few decades ago, I was called by God to come to the church to be embraced. There you go. No, and it doesn't sound weird. See, because we have no idea how. I mean, okay, let's put it to you this way, because Marvel and their whole multiverse kind of thing, I don't think there is a multiverse. I really honestly don't think there is. Okay? I don't think whatsoever that there is. I think though this is how I think. And Max Redstone, there you go. He's obtained his deep dish pizza, and Bears Rams tied at 7, 11, 12 in the second. Nice. What kind of deep dish? I'm thinking that it's like I'm thinking for Max, it's probably going to be like all meat deep dish pizza. I bet you it is. This is what I think. Okay, I think that God, in His infinite knowledge, obviously knows every decision that we're going to make, right? And I think that opens up the possibility of every decision that we make, whether it's left or right. But I think that every decision runs like I think every decision runs like a thread to a larger rope. See? Sausage and pepperoni. I thought so. Gino's East. Yum. And I think that, like when you take a rope and you untwist it, and like all those strands are, like showing, and I think that ultimately they end up connecting together again. That ultimately everybody's decision, even though we have free will, I think in the end all comes back to one same point. I think it's all worked out that way, or I think that it's all foreseen that way. It's kind of like this. And thank God I'm using this program, because this kind of this kind of makes it more fun. And I should be drawing, but kind of like this. Let's take this, and let's take a rope. Wait a minute. I'm going to use. Okay. So let's take a rope. Okay. And this is our rope. And I'm going to make this rope a little bit thicker so everybody can see it. Okay. So every decision. Let's put it this way. This is kind of like how my mind works. Is that every decision in life that you make, you could be going this way, you could be going right instead of left, you could be going left instead of right, you could make the decision to skip a test that you have to do, or you can decide to do the test that you need to do in school. You could make the choice of I don't know, of getting a car, or you could be making the choice to get a van instead, or maybe it's going to be a truck, or maybe it's going to be a cargo van or something like that. But I think that and everybody it's like a rope, right? So when you unfurl the rope, you see all the different little individual strands. But I think this is like humanity in general. And I think that ultimately, because it's because we know the end, we know how it's going to end, because it's all in Revelation anyway, and it's all basically foretold. And I think that it all ends up coming back like this. Like when you unfurl the rope, you can kind of like see all the strands, but the rope is still together, like in each part of your hand. And I think it all ends up going back like that, because it doesn't matter how many decisions we make in something. I think we're going to end up in the same place. End up on whatever path that we've chosen in life, whether it's accepting him or not accepting him or something like that. And I know this looks rather crude, the way I've kind of drawn it, but I think kind of you guys get the idea. Sure. Mr. Peterson says, yeah, I mean, if you accept God as a extra dimensional being, then from our perspective, yes, they would know all of our decisions. However, from their perspective, it was similar to how we see any experiment. Well, I mean, if you take it in that sense, like we're just an experiment, but we're not an experiment, really. They would only see the outcome once it happens and would see all outcomes at once, thus knowing what we are going to do even before we do it, because it'll be one of the infinite number of possibilities. There's no way to visualize this on our dimensional plane. There is no way to illustrate it as a 3D concept, but we can get close. It's a form of thought that we can comprehend but not visualize. It's see, this is the stuff that I think about every once in a while. So, it's I like to theorize about this kind of stuff. But then again, who can know the mind of God, right? You can't. It's beyond. It's too vast to I think even comprehend. Well, I mean, it is technically. There's no way. How can you comprehend an infinite being with infinite power and you can't. You just can't. Even a comic book wouldn't even do it justice. You might come a little bit close, but you'd still be so far away. But what are your thoughts, Al? It's slightly deep, but
well, no, I don't know. It sort of reminds me of CS. Can you hear me? I don't know if I have my mic on or not. Okay.
No, I can hear you.
It sort of reminds me. I would recommend reading C.S. Lewis's book, Mere Christianity. I think he delves into stuff like this a little bit. So, Mere Christianity is an excellent book in regards to Christian theology. I think C.S. Lewis, towards the end of the book, gets a little wonky on a couple of things. But, yeah, so God is referred to as the Ancient of Days in Daniel chapter 7, I think. Yep. Yes, he's all-knowing, all-present. He's omniscient. He knows everything. Yeah, he's God. For me, that's enough. I don't have to wrap my head around anything more deep than that. I don't think I would compare it to Star Trek or Marvel Comics or anything like that. But yeah,
no, because you couldn't.
Right.
It's too huge. Gap. So maybe in one dimension of 007. Well, let's put it this way, okay? It took astrophysicists, right? The most disciplined in their field, right? Of quantum mechanics, to realize that we're a universe of 10 dimensions. And this is something back that about maybe 600 years ago, a very learned Jewish rabbi, Nachmanides, already realized that by just reading the Tanakh, reading the scriptures. So we spend billions of dollars with NASA only to have Nachmanides hundreds of years ago basically tell us the same thing, right? I mean, Paul already in his book already described it like the length, depth, width, and breadth. Those are dimensional, spatial axes, basically, right? He's describing dimensions right there. So, it's that's what I'm saying. There are little nuggets. If you take the time to just read, you discover new things that you might have just passed over in just reading it. Just simply reading it. There's a difference between reading and reading, right? God rebukes his children for offering sacrifices, says Max, with a foreign flavor. Yes. Yet he still remembers the promise made to the patriarch. He will gather the exiles from the corners of the earth. Well, exactly, the Jewish people. And they will be brought back into the land again, which was Israel back in 1948. It's a promise and predicted with uncanny accuracy. So, and he knew, but there's one thing that needs to happen, and that is until the fulfillment of the Gentiles, or be fulfilled. So there's a part that we need to play in the whole drama of what's happening. So maybe one dimension that could be 007, says Gap. Yes, you could. 100%.
That's right. 00 Gap after dark.
You'd be like a Sean Connery variant.
That's what Gap after dark is in the 007 universe.
So, and let's see. And what dimension are we currently in, and what happens when you get to the 10th dimension? Do you start over again? No, I know that's a bit of a joke. Being a little bit facetious. No, I mean, because we currently inhabit four dimensions, right? Length, width, width, and of course, time, right? So, and the other are unseeable, because we got gravity, we got supergravity. I mean, we can't see radiation, for example. So you got weak, strong and weak nuclear forces. You have other things that we literally can't see, right? You combine them all together. I mean, it's even by quantum physics, it seems like we live in a digital universe rather than an analog one. So, and it's even been said that our reality is a shadow of a larger universe out there that we can't see. And the weird thing is, 10 dimensions, I mean, even numerally speaking, 10 is the number of completion, especially in the Bible. Go figure, right? So, you were going to say, Al? Were you going to say something?
I have no comment.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, I mean, not cool, whatever. You know what I mean. And yet the crafters of the idols only sharpened their smith. Yeah. So it's all interesting when you think about it. None of this is by coincidence. All of this is by grand design. So, and Mr. Peterson, yeah, it's all theory at our level, but the very fact that we can think of it should say something. In a universe as vast as ours, many things can be possible. Well, I mean, that's it's true and all. See, the thing is, though, is that those that, how should I put it, choose evolution, there's not enough exponential bits of information in a largely inorganic universe to have organic life come about. So, as vast as the universe is, and with cosmic radiation basically bombarding every corner of the universe itself, like you can't add more in this case to what is less, because you know what I'm saying? You can't add more exponential bits of information into something to produce organic life into an inorganic universe. So, the information has to come from somewhere, from an outside source, which would only be, well, from a from basically an infinite being of infinite knowledge to make that, because any damage to the information results in mutation, and nothing beneficial ever comes from direct mutation. So, but yeah, and it is all theory at our level, because we don't know how truly everything exactly started. I mean, we know from what it says in the Bible, but what I'm talking about is the mechanisms, so to speak, of how we did it. We're not direct observers to watch everything begin, although that'd be really neat. But we can theorize. And in a way, it's kind of fun to theorize because it's at least you want to know, right? So anyway, and Max says, yeah, we must remember Aaron did not craft the golden calf. He threw the gold into the fire, hoping to allay the hysteria of the Israelites. The power of the Egyptian diviners forged the shape of the calf. Yep. It's all about getting out of Egypt. Leave Egypt behind. So, why do you think they had to wander for 40 years? It's because they had to get all that old thinking out and let the new generation embrace, the right way of thinking, the godly way of thinking, basically. So, all the old fuddy-duddy, oh, let's go back to Egypt. It was so much better in Egypt. Really? No. No, it wasn't. Otherwise, you're going to get your arse kicked again. Anyway. Yeah, no, you have to get rid of those kind of people. So. Anyway. What are we doing? 5:45. You know what? It's a pretty good place to stop. So, I am going to save this as Vince is not here to remind me, and I'm going to have to remind myself. And you know what? Let me put this down to 300 DPI, and the reason why I do that is because if I show off a page online, uploading it at 600 DPI takes forever, and sometimes it won't let me do it at all. So, 300 DPI. Time to save as a JPEG. And layer information, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Rendering image, saving. Got to keep on saving. There we go. Super. So, kind of like going off of a scribble, off a doodle that I did, and I've kind of kept that. So I'm gonna close this down, and maybe later on this week, we'll do page 3 and see how that goes. And then, you know what? Once I got all the base work done, we'll just work on it bit by bit, improving it here and there. Because, as I get stronger in the craft I'm trying to hone, then, I'll go back to some of these pages and make it look better. And that's why I keep them all in layers. And Gap, nah, you don't got to thank me whatsoever. It's all good. It's what we do on this channel. That's what makes this channel interesting, especially this show. The show that talks about everything and nothing and everything in between. So it's all good. And Max, we must remember Aaron did not. Okay, yeah, I already read that. And Stafford has been sacked back to LA 20. Okay. So we have a loser. So anyway, Al, what do you wanna plug?
Well, I would certainly like to mention the Sword of Eden graphic novels, which are sold on my online store, theswordofeden.com, which is also Big Cartel. So both of those, well, not those, not that one, but yeah. So go to theswordofeden.com. I
I'm getting
also
to it.
have a YouTube channel. To be honest with you, I don't post a lot on YouTube. I don't consider myself a YouTube content creator. I like to write and draw graphic novels and comics. But yeah, they're so right. So the Sword of Eden, you can purchase the Sword of Eden graphic novels. On YouTube, I do have like videos about working in comics, how to make comics as well. In my last semester of teaching, COVID hit. So we were told to actually have our classes online. So that last spring semester in 2020, I created a lot of videos for my students, and I kept them up on my YouTube channel. So on the swordofeden.com, I have free shipping up until the end of February. I think the code is free ship. So if you want to order the Sword of Eden graphic novels and not pay for shipping, that is a code you can punch in, free ship, not so as to not to pay for shipping. On eBay, I also have the an eBay store. I do have an offer on eBay. It is the combo deal where you can purchase all 3 graphic novels for $50. I think the savings is about $15. And all orders, all the books will be signed. You get some limited edition free prints, signed and numbered, and some other signed freebies as well. So that should do it. So, and I'm working on buying 3.
Yep.
The Sword of Eden, Cry Vampire.
And Max,
Oh,
the protagonist is Jewish. A nice Jewish girl.
Oh yeah, Rebecca Stern. She starts her career off as a superhero. That's how Volume 1 starts, and then we go from there. So she's Jewish. She's Orthodox. She believes that she's doing God's will by fighting evil, and she kind of has a an eye for an eye kind of attitude on things. And she's kind of fast. She's kind of strong, and she has like a super sense. She doesn't know how it works, but she can sense supernatural things and sense where evil occurs, and she uses that to fight villains. And she thinks she's doing God's will. So that's kind of how the story starts off. And the heroes are looking for the Sword of Eden that the cherubs used to keep man out of the Garden of Eden. And some demons are trying to stop the heroes from doing so.
There you go. Love it.
Sounds like a great idea for Amazon Studios if they were smart.
Yeah, right. If they were smart.
Yeah, no, they've been very nice. So we'll see what happens. I don't think anything will happen, but who knows?
Yeah. So there you go. And like it says on the ticker below, hit the like and subscribe and spread the channel around and yeah, like I said before, because it does actually help the algorithm, I guess. If you guys can leave a comment, not in the chat, but actually a comment like, where the video is. It helps it does help the algorithm because it does, and hopefully more people end up jumping in and partaking in in what's going on this channel. So because, like I said before, it tries to be a channel about having fun, so. And this and I want to say thanks to Clobber and Times, to Mike Alonso, and I know it's God, it's been over a year, and if it wasn't for his channel, you know, and I mean, I know he's passed away now, but like I've said before, if it wasn't for his channel, then, you know, then comics wouldn't be fun for me all over again. And it was for Mike's channel that made comics fun again. And this is what I want to do. I want to put a comic out that's, you know, that is a little bit serious, but I also want it to be fun as well. And I do want there to be, you know, the occasional funny, goofy moment. You know, in a story like this that I got, I wanted to be serious, but I also wanted to be funny as well, here and there, you know, you know, and I do kind of want to dedicate this book to a few people, and Mike is one of them. You know, because he made comics fun again, and worth reading again. And if it wasn't for him, then, you know, I wouldn't be talking to a bunch of you people out there. So anyway, that's it for me. Stay tuned for the Tuesday show, Titillating Tuesday. I'm thinking about maybe doing something a little different for Tuesdays. Sure what, but I'm thinking about maybe stepping away from the whole newsy kind of thing. Although last week was like nothing but all good news. I don't know. Maybe I'm going to fiddle around with it a little bit. So because I feel like it. I feel like I want to. As for this Saturday, this upcoming Saturday, on Mike's Movie Matinee, we're going to be doing this. And Animal Crackers. So 1930, Animal Crackers. Can't wait for that one to happen. That's going to be really good. Really funny. So I'm definitely going to be doing Animal Crackers this Saturday, Mike's Movie Matinee. Be there, enjoy some funnies right there, and it's going to be great. So anyway, to all of you people out there, whether you're watching on Rumble, thank you for you people watching on Rumble. And you know what? And I'm just going to say this, 14 people watching on X. Thank you, all of you people watching on X. I really, really appreciate it, guys. Thanks. I can't wait to talk to more of you people on X. Thank you for watching, and all of you guys here on the YouTubes. Appreciate you guys as well, joining in, and damn it, almost 6 hours. Well, at least Vince's ass didn't get sore, so he left early. Lucky bugger. Anyway, to all of you people out there, we shall see you soon, and I'm not going to make this a Minnesota goodbye. So, to all of you people out there,
be excellent to each other, and party on, dudes!